The cold hits your feet first. Not the sharp bite of ice, but something worse. The slow, creeping numbness that starts in your toes and crawls up through your ankles. You are standing barefoot on stone, and the stone has been drinking the night's frost. It is perhaps an hour before dawn. The stars are still visible, though they are fading now, giving way to that particular gray light that comes before true sunrise. The kind of gray that makes everything look like it is carved from the same dull metal. You are 7 years old. You have been 7 years old for perhaps 3 months, though you have already lost the ability to count days with any precision. Time moves differently now. It is measured not in the comfortable rhythm of your mother's household, not in meals and afternoon naps and evening stories, but in the brutal increments of the Agoge. Wake, stand, endure, sleep, wake again. Your feet are bare because shoes are not permitted. Not for you, not at this age, not in this place. The older boys, the ones who have survived to 12 or 13, they sometimes wrap their feet in strips of cloth during the winter months, but even that small comfort must be earned. You have earned nothing yet. You own nothing except the thin red cloak that hangs from your shoulders, and even that feels like it belongs more to Sparta than to you. There are 11 other boys standing in the line with you. You know their names, though you are not friends. Friendship is not encouraged here. The boy to your left is called Dainon. He is slightly taller than you, which means nothing except that he can reach the higher handholds during climbing drills. The boy to your right is Alkimos. He cries at night sometimes, very quietly, when he thinks no one can hear. Everyone can hear. You do not cry. Not anymore. You bit through the inside of your cheek 3 days ago to stop yourself. And now there is a ragged wound there that you can feel with your tongue. It tastes like copper, like blood and salt. You explore it constantly with the tip of your tongue, pressing against it, testing it. The pain is sharp and specific, and somehow that makes it better than the general ache of everything else. The courtyard where you stand is not large. Perhaps 20 paces across, bounded on 3 sides by the low stone buildings that house the dormitories and training rooms. The 4th side opens onto a larger assembly ground where the older boys are already training. You can hear them. The rhythmic grunt of effort, the slap of flesh on flesh from the wrestling grounds, the occasional barked command from an instructor. These sounds have become the soundtrack of your existence. They start before dawn and continue until after dark. There is no silence here. Even at night, the dormitory is full of sounds, breathing, shifting, the occasional whimper quickly stifled. The Paidonomos is coming. You cannot see him yet, but you can feel the change in the air, the slight stiffening of the boy next to you. The way Dainon's breathing becomes more controlled, more deliberate. The Paidonomos is the boy herder, the man responsible for your agile, your herd, your pack. He is not old, perhaps 25, but he is a full citizen warrior, a Spartiate, and that makes him as far above you as the gods themselves. His name is Lysander. You know this because the older boys whisper it with a mixture of fear and respect. Lysander who never smiles. Lysander who can detect a flinch from 20 paces. Lysander whose walking stick has left bruises on every boy in your group. Now you can see him, emerging from the shadows at the far end of the courtyard. He walks with the particular economy of movement that all Spartan warriors possess. Nothing wasted, No excess motion. Each step placed with the same precision whether he is crossing a courtyard or, as you will learn, advancing in the phalanx formation. He is carrying the stick. It is not particularly large. Perhaps as long as your arm, made from olive wood, worn smooth by years of use. It is an instrument of correction, of education, of pain. You have felt it twice already. Once for turning your head during inspection. Once for stumbling during a run. The blows were not savage. They were measured, precise, educational. They hurt exactly as much as they were intended to hurt. Lysander stops in front of the line. He does not speak yet. He simply looks. His eyes move from boy to boy, taking in every detail. Your posture, the set of your shoulders, whether your hands are clenched or relaxed, whether your eyes meet his or look away. Everything is a test. Everything is being evaluated. You force yourself to stand straight. Force yourself to meet his gaze when it reaches you. This is the correct thing to do. Looking away is interpreted as fear, but holding his gaze too long is interpreted as defiance. You must find the exact middle point, the precise balance between courage and submission. You do not yet understand how to judge this balance reliably. You simply guess and hope and prepare for the stick if you guess wrong. His eyes move past you. A small relief, quickly replaced by a different tension. He will circle back. He always does. The gray light is strengthening now. You can begin to make out details you could not see before. The texture of the stone beneath your feet, rough and uneven. The way your breath makes small clouds in the cold air. The faces of the other boys, young and already hard, already learning to show nothing. Feet, Lysander says. It is the first word spoken this morning. His voice is not loud. It does not need to be. In this courtyard, in this moment, his voice is the only sound that matters. You look down at your feet. So does every other boy in the line. This is the ritual. Every morning, the same inspection. Feet, hands, face. Looking for injuries, infections, weakness. Sparta cannot afford weak warriors, so it must identify and eliminate weakness early. Your feet are dirty. Of course they are dirty. The dormitory floor is earthen. The courtyard is stone with moss growing in the cracks, and you have not been near water since yesterday's cold plunge in the Eurotas River. But they are not injured. No cuts, no swelling. This is good. Lysander moves down the line slowly. He stops in front of Alkimos. You cannot see what he is looking at, but you hear the sharp intake of breath. Then the sound of the stick. Not a full blow, a tap. But even a tap from that stick on cold bare feet is enough to make you gasp. Helot, Lysander says. It is not Alkimos's name. It is the worst insult that can be given to a Spartan boy. Helot. Slave. The subjugated peoples who work the land and whom you are being trained to dominate and, if necessary, kill. Alkimos does not respond. There is no correct response to this except silence and the immediate correction of whatever flaw has been identified. You risk a glance and see that Alkimos's left foot has a cut across the arch. Not a large cut. Not bleeding. But enough. You will wrap it, Lysander says. You will do it now, and you will do it properly. Or you will run today's drills on it unwrapped, and we will see if it has become infected by evening inspection. Alkimos moves immediately, limping slightly to the side of the courtyard where supplies are kept. Strips of cloth. Rough, undyed wool. He begins wrapping his foot with fingers that shake slightly from cold and fear. Lysander continues his inspection. He finds nothing wrong with Danon, nothing wrong with you. Small blessings. The stick remains at his side. You exhale slowly, careful not to let the relief show on your face. When he reaches the end of the line, he turns back to face all of you. The gray light is now bright enough that you can see his face clearly. There is nothing cruel in it. Nothing kind either. It is simply the face of a man doing his duty, shaping raw material into something useful. The mess hall, he says. Formation. You move. All of you move together, falling into 2 lines of 6. This is automatic now. 3 weeks of training have burned this pattern into your muscles. Left foot forward, right foot follows. Arms at your sides. Eyes front. You march across the courtyard, your bare feet making almost no sound on the cold stone. Behind you. Alkimos hurries to catch up, his foot now wrapped, his face showing nothing. The mess hall is not far. Nothing is far in this compound. The entire facility, barracks and training grounds and assembly areas, occupies perhaps 5 acres. It is one of several such facilities scattered throughout Sparta proper, each one housing its own collection of age groups, each one performing the same function. The systematic transformation of Spartan boys into Spartan warriors. Inside the mess hall, it is barely warmer than outside. The building has walls, but they are thin, and there is no fire. Fires are for evening, and even then only small ones, carefully controlled. Warmth is not encouraged. Comfort is not encouraged. You are being hardened, like bronze in the forge. Heat and hammer. Over and over again. You can smell the food before you see it. Black broth, melasomos. The smell is distinctive. Pork fat and blood, salt and vinegar, something else you cannot identify. It is not a pleasant smell. It is not meant to be pleasant. But it is familiar now, and familiarity brings a kind of comfort, even when the thing itself is uncomfortable. The serving is done by boys only slightly older than you. 9 years old, perhaps 10. They have been doing this duty for a year or 2, and they perform it with the same blank efficiency that characterizes everything in this place. A wooden bowl is placed in front of you. A ladle of broth, barely warm, with a few pieces of dark meat visible in the murky liquid. A chunk of barley bread, hard enough that you will need to soften it in the broth before you can chew it. Nothing else. You eat standing. There are no benches, no tables. You hold the bowl in your left hand and use your right to convey food to your mouth. The bread first, dunked in the broth until it becomes soft enough to tear with your teeth. Then the liquid itself, sipped slowly because you have learned that drinking it too fast on an empty stomach makes you feel sick. The meat is mostly gristle and fat. You chew it anyway, breaking it down as much as possible before swallowing. Protein is precious. You are growing, though not as fast as you would be growing if the food were more plentiful. That is intentional. Hunger sharpens the mind, they say. Hunger makes you cunning. Hunger prepares you for the campaign season when supply lines are broken and you must survive on whatever you can forage or steal. You finish the broth. You turn the bowl over to show it is empty. This is required. Every drop must be consumed. Waste is punished. You place the bowl on the collection table and fall back into line with the other boys. Your stomach is not full. It is never full. The ration is calculated to be just enough to sustain life and growth, but not enough to satisfy. By midday, you will be hungry again. By evening, you will be ravenous. This is normal. This is expected. This is part of the training. Lysander stands at the front of the hall. He has not eaten with you. The adult warriors have their own mess facilities, their own secessions, their own elaborate social structures. You will join one of those eventually, if you survive the Agoge, if you prove yourself worthy. But that is 13 years away. 13 years is forever. Today, Lysander says, and his voice cuts through the ambient noise of boys finishing their meals and preparing for the day. You will run to the Eurotas and back, full pace. The older Ageli will be running the same course. They will start first. You will attempt to catch them. You will not catch them. This is understood. The older boys are faster, stronger, more experienced. But you will run as though you believe you can catch them. You will run until your lungs burn and your legs threaten to collapse. You will run because to stop, to give up, to show weakness is to invite contempt and punishment. The sky outside is lighter now. Dawn has arrived properly. The stars are gone, replaced by the pale blue-gray of early morning. It will be a clear day. Cold, but clear. No rain to turn the paths to mud. No wind to drive the cold deeper into your bones. These are the days you prefer, though preference is a word you are learning to forget. Preference implies choice. You have no choices here. As you file out of the mess hall and into the assembly ground, you can see the other age groups already forming up. The 8-year-olds, still small but notably bigger than your group. The 9 and 10-year-olds, beginning to show the first signs of real muscle development. The 11 and 12-year-olds, looking almost adult, their faces harder, their bodies leaner. And beyond them, in a separate area, the teenagers. The Irenes, the young men in their final years of training, who serve as assistant instructors and enforcers. One of them is watching your group. You do not know his name, but you recognize his face. He was the one who supervised your first day, who explained the rules, who demonstrated the proper way to fall into formation. He had not been unkind, but he had not been kind either. He had been instructive, educational. Everything here is educational. Your feet are beginning to wake up now. The initial numbness has passed, replaced by a prickling sensation as blood flow returns. This is when cuts and scrapes make themselves known, when you discover injuries you did not notice before. You flex your toes experimentally. Everything seems intact. Good. The run will be approximately 3 miles, down to the Eurotas River, which winds through the valley below Sparta. Touch the water, return. The path is rocky, uneven, deliberately difficult. You will run it barefoot. You will run it at full speed. You will run it knowing that every boy in your Ageli is judging you. That every boy who finishes ahead of you gains a small measure of status. That every boy you leave behind confirms your own place in the hierarchy. You settle into your position in the formation. Deinon is ahead of you. Alkimos is behind, his wrapped foot presumably still painful. You do not look at either of them. You look forward, toward the path, toward the river you cannot yet see, toward the endless succession of days that stretch ahead. Lysander raises his arm. The signal to prepare. Your entire body tenses. Your weight shifts forward onto the balls of your feet, even though this makes the cold stone more painful. Your breathing deepens. Your hands curl into loose fists. The arm drops. You run. You've just experienced the first hour of a Spartan boy's day. The cold stone, the thin broth, the brutal inspection before dawn. If you're listening to this in bed, warm and safe, take a moment to let that contrast sink in. This is a journey into one of history's most notorious training systems, and we've only just begun. If these details have pulled you into Sparta's world, consider subscribing so you don't miss the rest. There are 8 more chapters ahead, each one taking you deeper into the Agoge, the sleeping quarters, the scarce rations, the relentless training, and the violence that awaited every boy who survived. Let's continue. The dormitory is a long, low building made of rough-cut stone. You see it for the first time on your 7th birthday, which is not celebrated. There is no feast, no songs, no gifts. Instead, there is separation. Your mother holds you for a moment in the doorway of the house where you were born, where you have spent every day of your life until now. Her hands are on your shoulders. She does not cry. Spartan women do not cry when their sons leave for the Agoge. They are expected to say something strong, something memorable. Your mother says, "Come back with your shield, or on it." This is the traditional phrase. It means return victorious or return dead. There is no middle ground. There is no acceptable failure. Then her hands release you, and you walk away with the Paidonomos who has come to collect you. You do not look back. You have been told not to look back. Looking back suggests attachment, weakness, an inability to separate yourself from the soft world of women and children. You are no longer a child. You are an Agoge boy now. The dormitory is identical to all the other dormitories in the compound. This is intentional. Sparta does not value individuality in architecture any more than it values individuality in people. Every building serves its function with brutal efficiency. Stone walls, approximately 8 feet high. A roof of wooden beams covered with clay tiles. Small windows, unglazed, open to the elements. No decoration, no paint, no carvings or ornaments. Just stone and wood, and the essential minimum required for shelter. You enter through a low doorway, stooping slightly even though you are only 7. Inside, it is dark. The windows admit some light, but not much. Your eyes take a moment to adjust. When they do, you see the sleeping platforms. They run along both long walls of the building, raised about 2 feet off the packed earth floor. Each platform is perhaps 6 feet wide and runs the entire length of the wall, perhaps 40 feet. The wood is old, worn smooth by generations of boys. There are no mattresses, no blankets waiting. Just the bare wooden platforms and scattered along their length, thin reed mats. These mats are what you will sleep on. They are not comfortable. They are not meant to be comfortable. Each mat is woven from river reeds, the kind that grow in thick stands along the banks of the Eurotas. The weaving is crude, functional. The reeds are stiff and poke through in places. When you lie down on one for the first time, you can feel every irregularity in the wood beneath, every knot, every grain. The mat is also thin, perhaps half an inch thick at most. It provides almost no cushioning, almost no insulation from the cold wood below. In winter, the cold seeps up through the platform, through the mat, into your bones. In summer, the wood holds the day's heat and radiates it back at you through the night. You are assigned a space. It is not chosen. It is designated. You will sleep here in this precise spot for the next year. Next to you will be Dinon on one side and another boy named Philon on the other. You will sleep close enough to hear each other breathe, close enough to smell each other, close enough that if one boy shifts in the night, the movement travels through the platform and wakes the others. There is no privacy. The concept of privacy, you will learn, is foreign to Sparta. It is considered dangerous. Privacy allows secrets. Secrets allow deviations from the communal ideal. Everything must be visible, everything must be known, everything must be subject to the scrutiny of the group. Even sleep happens in public. On your first night, you lie down on the mat and try to find a position that does not hurt. This is impossible. Every position hurts. Lying on your back, you can feel the reeds digging into your shoulder blades, your spine, the back of your skull. Lying on your side, your hip bone presses into the platform through the inadequate mat. Lying on your stomach, your ribs ache within minutes. You settle on your side, knees drawn up slightly, one arm folded under your head as a makeshift pillow. This is the position you will sleep in, with minor variations. For the next 13 years, the dormitory is never completely dark. Moonlight comes through the windows. Starlight. In summer, the windows admit enough ambient light that you can see the vague shapes of other boys on their platforms. In winter, when the nights are longer and darker, it is more difficult. But your eyes adjust. You learn to navigate by memory, by the feel of the floor beneath your feet, by the sound of breathing that tells you where other bodies are located. The sounds of the dormitory at night are constant. Breathing, of course. 12 boys in your immediate age group, but the building houses multiple age groups, perhaps 40 or 50 boys total. That many people breathing creates a rhythm, a collective rise and fall that becomes the baseline of the nighttime soundscape. But there are other sounds. Shifting. The creak of the wooden platforms as boys turn in their sleep. The scratch of fingers on skin because everyone has lice and everyone itches constantly. The occasional cough, quickly stifled because making too much noise invites reprimand. And yes, sometimes crying. Very quiet crying, muffled into the crook of an arm or a bunched-up cloak, but audible nonetheless. You do not cry. Not after the first night. On the first night, after the other boys have fallen asleep or are pretending to sleep, you allow yourself a few silent tears. They run sideways across your face, following the contour of your cheekbone, and drip onto the reed mat beneath your head. You taste salt. You feel the wetness cooling on your skin. And then you stop because you realize that crying accomplishes nothing. It does not change where you are. It does not bring your mother back. It does not make the mat softer or the night warmer. So you stop and you do not cry again. The sleeping arrangement is hierarchical. The youngest boys, your age group, sleep on the platforms nearest the door. This is the least desirable location because the door, which has no lock and barely closes properly, admits drafts. Cold air in winter, dust in summer. The oldest boys in the dormitory, the ones approaching 13 or 14, sleep at the far end, farthest from the door. This is marginally warmer and marginally more secure, though security is a relative concept when you are sleeping in a room with 40 other people. Overseeing the dormitory is an Irene, one of the young men in his late teens or early 20s who have graduated from the Agoge proper but not yet achieved full warrior status. The Irene sleeps in a small separate chamber at the end of the building. His role is to maintain order, enforce discipline, and serve as the first line of authority. The Irene in your dormitory is named Brasidas. You learn his name on the second day when he addresses the entire room before sleep. He is perhaps 19 years old, lean and hard, with scars visible on his arms and legs. His face is expressionless as he speaks. "You will wake when I wake you," he says. "You will not speak after dark unless spoken to. You will not leave the building unless given permission. You will not fight with each other unless supervised. If you need to piss, there is a pot by the door. Use it quietly. If I hear excessive noise, I will use the stick. If I find anyone out of position, I will use the stick. If I detect laziness, weakness, or defiance, I will use the stick. This is clear?" No one responds. The question is rhetorical. Clarity is assumed. Brasidas leaves, returning to his chamber. You hear the wooden door close. Not slam. Nothing here ever slams because excessive force is considered wasteful, but close firmly. And then there is only the sound of breathing and the cold darkness and the discomfort of the reed mat beneath you. Sleep does not come easily at first. Your mind is too active, processing too many new experiences. The absence of your mother, the strangeness of the food, the pain in your feet from the day's running, the ache in your muscles from drills you do not yet understand. Everything hurts. Everything is unfamiliar. Everything is frightening in a way you cannot articulate. But eventually, exhaustion wins. Your body, pushed beyond its normal limits, simply shuts down. You fall into sleep the way you might fall into water, suddenly, completely, without transition. One moment you are aware of the mat and the darkness and the breathing around you. The next moment there is nothing. And then there is the wake-up. It comes without warning. No gradual lightening of the sky, no gentle transition from sleep to waking. One moment you are unconscious. The next, there is noise. Loud, deliberate, jarring noise. Brasidas walking through the dormitory, striking the wooden platforms with his stick. Not hitting the boys directly, but hitting the wood hard enough that the vibration travels through the entire structure, jolting everyone awake simultaneously. "Up," he says, not shouting, but projecting his voice to fill the entire space. Formation in the courtyard. You have until I count to 50. He begins counting immediately. You roll off the mat, your body moving before your mind is fully conscious. This is survival instinct. You have learned, even in just a few days, that being slow is being punished. Your feet hit the cold floor. You reach for your cloak, which you folded and placed at the foot of the mat before sleeping. This is required procedure. Everything has a place. Everything must be retrievable in darkness. Around you, other boys are moving with the same desperate speed. The dormitory fills with the sound of footsteps, rustling cloth, suppressed grunts as bodies still heavy with sleep try to obey commands faster than they are physically capable of obeying. You stumble toward the door. Someone pushes past you. You push back reflexively, then stop yourself. Fighting without supervision is forbidden. You continue to the courtyard, your cloak clutched around your shoulders, your feet already beginning to numb from the cold stone. Brasidas is counting. 37, 38, 39. You fall into position in your designated spot in the formation. Danon arrives a moment after you. Alkimos is already there, somehow having moved faster despite his injured foot. You are not the last. Two boys stumble out of the dormitory as Brasidas reaches 48. They scramble into position. One boy does not appear until Brasidas has counted past 50. His name is Theron. He is small for 7, and you have noticed that he moves slowly in the mornings, as though his body resists waking more than most. Now he pays for that slowness. He emerges from the dormitory, his eyes still half closed. His cloak not properly fastened. Brasidas does not raise his voice. Theron, center of the courtyard. Theron walks forward. He knows what is coming. Everyone knows what is coming. He positions himself in the center of the open space, directly under the gray pre-dawn sky. 5, Brasidas says. It is not a question. It is a sentence. He strikes Theron 5 times with the stick. Not wildly, not with rage, but with measured force. Across the backs of the legs. Thwack, 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 thwack. Each blow produces a dull sound, flesh and bone beneath thin skin absorbing the impact of hard wood. Theron does not cry out. This is the most important rule. You may be beaten. You may be hurt. But you do not cry out. Crying out is weakness. Weakness is unacceptable. He stands there, his body flinching with each impact but his mouth remaining closed, his breath hissing between clenched teeth. When it is finished, Brasidas points with the stick. Formation. Theron limps to his place in the line. You can see the welts already forming on his calves, dark red marks that will turn purple by evening. He will have them for days. They will hurt when he runs, when he wrestles, when he lies down on his mat at night. This is educational. This is how you learn to wake faster. The dormitory routine becomes automatic within weeks. Wake instantly when commanded. Roll off the mat. Grab your cloak. Formation. The sequence burns itself into your nervous system. Even years later, you will find that loud noises wake you completely, instantly, with your body already tensing to move. This is not accidental. This is training. A Spartan warrior must be capable of waking from deep sleep to combat readiness in seconds. The enemy does not announce his arrival. The enemy does not wait for you to stretch and yawn and slowly prepare yourself. The enemy strikes when you are vulnerable. So you train to eliminate vulnerability. The mat becomes familiar. The discomfort never entirely goes away, but it becomes normal. Your body learns to sleep despite the hardness, despite the cold, despite the sounds. You develop calluses where your hip bone presses against the platform. The skin on your shoulder blade thickens. You learn to find positions that distribute your weight slightly better, that minimize the pressure points, that allow for a few hours of something approximating rest. In winter, the cold is the worst part. The reed mat provides almost no insulation. The wooden platform beneath you becomes a conduit for cold, drawing heat from your body and dispersing it into the earth below. You sleep curled tightly, your cloak wrapped around yourself, your hands tucked into your armpits. But it is never enough. You wake several times each night shivering, teeth chattering despite your efforts to clench them still. Some boys try to weave additional mats from reeds they gather during outdoor exercises. This is technically permitted. The ability to improve your own conditions through ingenuity is considered admirable. But gathering the reeds takes time. Weaving them takes skill you must learn, and the finished product is rarely much better than what was provided. The reeds must be cut at the right time of year, when they are flexible but strong. They must be dried properly. They must be woven tight enough to provide some cushioning, but not so tight that the mat becomes rigid and uncomfortable in a different way. You try this once, in your second winter. You spend several afternoons by the river, cutting reeds with a borrowed knife, bundling them, carrying them back to the dormitory. Brasidas sees you doing this and does not interfere, which you take as tacit approval. You spend evenings weaving, your fingers growing sore from the repetitive motion, the reed edges occasionally cutting your palms. The result is a mat perhaps twice as thick as the original. You place it on top of the standard mat and sleep on the combination. It is marginally better. The cold still seeps through, but slower. The hardness is slightly diminished. You consider this a victory, small but real. Then, a week later, you wake to find the mat gone. Not lost, not misplaced. Taken. Deliberately removed while you slept. You search the dormitory, though you know the search is futile. You find it eventually, or rather the remains of it, scattered in pieces in the courtyard. Someone has torn it apart, pulled the weaving loose, destroyed it thoroughly. You do not know who did this. It could have been another boy, jealous of your small comfort. It could have been Brasidas, teaching you a lesson about attachment to material things. It could have been Lysander, the Paidonomos, making a point about self-reliance versus self-indulgence. You never find out. You never ask. Asking would be complaining, and complaining is weakness. You go back to sleeping on the single thin mat. You do not weave another one. The summers are different, but not easier. The heat during the day is intense, and the stone walls absorb it, radiating it back into the dormitory through the night. The air becomes thick, almost solid with heat and the smell of 40 unwashed bodies. The windows admit no breeze. The air sits heavy and still, pressing down on you as you try to sleep. In summer, insects are everywhere. Mosquitoes swarm in from the river, whining in the darkness, biting any exposed skin. Flies crawl across your face, your arms, your legs. You learn to sleep with your cloak pulled up over your head, creating a small pocket of protected space around your face, even though this makes the heat worse. The alternative is waking with your face covered in bites, your eyelids swollen, your ears inflamed. The lice are constant, regardless of season. Every boy has them. They live in your hair, in your cloak, in the reed mat. They bite constantly, creating an itch that is maddening in its persistence. You scratch until you bleed, until scabs form on your scalp, and still the itching continues. Some boys develop infections from the scratching, angry red patches that weep clear fluid and attract more insects. The treatment is harsh. A paste made from vinegar and ash, applied roughly, burning the infected skin. It works, usually, but it is not pleasant. You learn to check your mat before sleeping. You run your hands across the surface, feeling for the small, hard bodies of bedbugs that hide in the weaving during the day and emerge at night to feed. When you find them, you crush them between your thumbnails. There is a distinct pop and a smell of iron. You find dozens some nights. It makes no difference. There are always more. The dormitory becomes a place you associate not with rest, but with endurance. It is another training ground, another test. Can you sleep despite discomfort? Can you wake instantly when commanded? Can you maintain discipline even in the dark, even when exhausted, even when no one is watching? These are the questions the dormitory asks every night, and you must answer yes every time. By your 8th birthday, you no longer think of the mat as uncomfortable. It simply is. This is where you sleep. This is normal. The concept of a soft bed, the kind you slept on in your mother's house, becomes distant and unreal. You remember it the way you might remember a dream. Vaguely, without real conviction that it ever existed. You develop a relationship with your space on the platform. It is yours. Not in the sense of ownership, nothing here is owned, but in the sense of territory. You know every irregularity in the wood beneath you. You know which reeds in the mat poke through most sharply. You know that if you position yourself precisely 3 finger widths to the left of center, there is a slight depression in the platform that cradles your hip better. These tiny accommodations become important. They are the difference between 3 hours of broken sleep and 4 hours. Between waking with your entire body aching and waking with only half your body aching. The older boys in the dormitory sometimes talk at night, after Brasidas has retired to his chamber. Quiet conversations in the darkness. They talk about training, about upcoming trials, about girls they remember from before the Agoge. You listen, but do not participate. At 7 and 8, you have nothing to contribute to these conversations. You simply absorb the information, learning about what awaits you in the years ahead. One night, you hear 2 of the older boys, perhaps 13 years old, talking about the Krypteia, the Secret Service, the final test before graduation. Their voices are low, barely audible, but the dormitory acoustics are such that sound travels along the stone walls. You hear fragments. Alone in the hills. Must survive 30 days. They say you have to kill at least 1. Not just kill, hunt, like an animal. The conversation trails off. You lie there in the darkness, processing this information. The Krypteia. You have heard the word before, but never understood what it meant. Now you have a glimpse. It sounds terrifying. It is meant to sound terrifying. Fear is a tool. Fear keeps you motivated, keeps you training hard, keeps you striving to be good enough to survive whatever comes next. You pull your cloak tighter and try to sleep. The dormitory is also where you learn about the unspoken hierarchies of age and strength. The oldest boys have privileges. They sleep at the far end, away from the drafts. They are served food first at the morning meal. They are allowed to speak more freely. The youngest boys, like you, have no privileges. You are at the bottom. You sleep by the door. You eat last. You speak only when spoken to. But even within your age group, hierarchies form. Boys who are faster, stronger, or more aggressive gain status. Boys who are weak, slow, or hesitant lose it. This status is not formalized. There are no ranks or titles. But everyone knows where they stand. You can see it in how boys interact. Who gives way when 2 boys approach each other in the narrow space between platforms? Who gets the better spot near the water pot? Who gets chosen first when teams are formed for training exercises? You occupy a middle position in this hierarchy. You are not the strongest or fastest, but you are not the weakest or slowest. You are careful, observant, quick to learn the unwritten rules. This keeps you safe from the worst of the bullying, though it also means you are not protected from it entirely. One night, You wake to find someone standing over you. It is too dark to see who. A hand reaches down and yanks your cloak away, leaving you exposed to the cold air. You react instinctively, reaching to grab it back. A fist hits you in the ribs. Not hard enough to break anything, but hard enough to hurt. Hard enough to take your breath away. Quiet, a voice whispers. You recognize it. Dainan, the boy who sleeps next to you. You lie still. He keeps the cloak for perhaps a minute, maybe less. Then he drops it on your face and walks away. You pull the cloak back over yourself, your ribs aching, your breath shallow. You do not make a sound. You do not report this to Brasidas. Reporting would make you a target for worse. This was a test. Dainan was establishing dominance, making sure you understood your place relative to him. You passed by not resisting too much, by not making noise, by accepting the lesson. This is life in the dormitory. Everything is a test. Everything is educational. Even the place where you sleep is designed to make you harder, colder, more capable of enduring discomfort without complaint. You lie there in the darkness, the cloak pulled up to your chin, the cold seeping up through the mat, and you think about nothing. This is a skill you are developing. The ability to empty your mind, to exist in the present moment without dwelling on the past or worrying about the future. The past is gone. Your mother's house, the warmth and safety of childhood, the comfort of soft beds and adequate food, all of that is gone. The future is uncertain and frightening. The cryptia, the cryptic conversations of older boys, the endless years of training still ahead, all of that is too much to contemplate. So you think about nothing. You focus on the sensation of breathing. In, out, in, out. The cold air in your nostrils, the slight expansion of your chest, the gradual slowing of your heartbeat as your body settles toward sleep. This is survival. This is how you endure. Eventually, you sleep. And when Brasidas comes through with his stick in what feels like moments later but is actually hours, striking the platforms, shouting, "Up!" you roll off the mat and stumble into formation with all the other boys, your body moving automatically, your mind still half absent, and another day begins. The hunger is what you remember most clearly. Not the acute hunger of missing a single meal, sharp and demanding, but the chronic hunger that becomes a permanent resident in your belly. A dull ache that never entirely goes away. You wake hungry. You eat your morning ration and remain hungry. You train all day and the hunger deepens, becomes a hollow feeling that makes your limbs feel light and disconnected. You eat your evening ration and the hunger recedes slightly, becomes manageable, but never disappears completely. You sleep hungry. You dream of food. The Spartan diet is designed with brutal efficiency. It provides enough calories to sustain life and growth, enough protein to build lean muscle, enough nutrients to prevent outright deficiency diseases. But it provides nothing extra. No abundance, no variety, no pleasure. Food is fuel. Nothing more, and fuel is rationed precisely. The centerpiece of the diet, the meal you eat nearly every day for 13 years, is black broth. Melasomos in Greek. It is Sparta's national dish, famous throughout the ancient world, though not for reasons that inspire appetite. A Syracusan tyrant, visiting Sparta and served black broth at a formal dinner, is reported to have said, "Now I understand why Spartans do not fear death." The recipe is simple. Pork, blood, salt, vinegar, sometimes bay leaves or other herbs, but not reliably. The ingredients are combined in a large bronze cauldron and cooked for hours until the meat falls apart and the blood thickens into a dark, nearly black liquid. The consistency is somewhere between soup and stew. The smell is metallic and sharp, the vinegar cutting through the heavy scent of blood and pork fat. You eat this in the morning. A wooden bowl filled perhaps halfway. The broth is usually lukewarm by the time it reaches you, the heat dissipating quickly in the cool morning air. You hold the bowl in both hands and drink directly from it, because spoons are not provided. The liquid is thick enough that you can feel it coating your mouth, your throat. The taste is difficult to describe to someone who has never experienced it. Salty, yes. Sour from the vinegar. But underneath that, something darker and more primal. The taste of blood itself, iron and meat, and something faintly sweet that makes your stomach clench with an emotion somewhere between appetite and revulsion. The chunks of pork in the broth are mostly fat and gristle. The actual meat, the lean muscle tissue that might be satisfying to chew, has typically been removed before the broth is made. That meat goes to the adult warriors, to the Sicilians, the mess groups of full citizens. You get what remains. Fatty pieces that slide down your throat with minimal chewing. Bits of gristle that you gnaw on, trying to extract whatever nutrition they contain, before eventually swallowing them unchewed because your jaw is tired and there is no time to waste. With the broth comes barley bread, not wheat. Barley is coarser, less refined, cheaper to produce. The bread is dense and heavy, made without much leavening. When fresh, which is rare, it has some give to it. But usually you receive it a day old or older. It becomes hard. Not cracker hard, but resistant. You cannot bite into it directly without risk of damaging your teeth. Instead, you tear off pieces and dunk them in the black broth, letting the liquid soften the bread enough to chew. The portion is perhaps the size of your fist. Not a large fist. Your 7-year-old, 8-year-old, 9-year-old fist. This amount of bread, combined with the bowl of broth, constitutes your entire morning meal. There is also water. Clean water is plentiful in Sparta. The Eurotas River provides an abundant supply, and there are wells throughout the city. You drink from communal cups, bronze or pottery, passed from boy to boy. The water tastes of earth and metal. In summer it is tepid. In winter it is so cold it makes your teeth ache. You drink as much as you are allowed, because water at least fills your stomach temporarily, creates the brief illusion of satiety. Wine is forbidden. In most Greek cities, even children drink watered wine with their meals. The alcohol content is low, the water-to-wine ratio high, but it is still wine. Not in Sparta. Not in the Agoge. Wine is for adults, for warriors, for the Sicilians where grown men recline and drink and discuss politics and war. For you, there is only water. The evening meal is similar to the morning meal. Black broth, barley bread, water. Sometimes there is a variation. Sometimes instead of pork in the broth, there is fish. Small fish from the Eurotas, cooked whole, bones and all. You eat these carefully, aware that the bones can lodge in your throat, but also aware that the bones contain minerals your body needs. Calcium for your growing skeleton. You chew thoroughly, feeling the small bones crack between your teeth, and swallow everything. Occasionally, perhaps once every few weeks. There is something different. Onions, leeks, some other vegetable in season, These are always raw or barely cooked. They provide bulk more than nutrition, fiber that helps your digestion but does little to address the constant hunger. You eat them anyway. You eat everything you are given, always, without complaint or hesitation. The quantity of food increases slightly as you age. An 8-year-old receives fractionally more than a 7-year-old. A 10-year-old more than an 8-year-old. But the increase is minimal. It roughly tracks with your growing body's increased needs, which means you are always operating at approximately the same level of deficit. Always hungry. Always wanting more. This is intentional. The hunger is not an accidental byproduct of economic scarcity. Sparta is wealthy. The Helots, the enslaved population that works the land, produce abundant food, enough to feed the Spartan warrior class lavishly. But the warriors eat well. The boys do not. The boys are kept hungry deliberately, as a training tool. Hunger sharpens the mind. This is the theory. A hungry boy is alert, focused, driven. A well-fed boy becomes complacent, lazy, soft. Hunger also prepares you for war. Armies on campaign often go hungry. Supply lines break. Foraging fails. Sieges drag on. A soldier who has never experienced real hunger will collapse when faced with it. But a soldier who has been hungry his entire childhood? That soldier knows how to function despite the gnawing in his belly. That soldier is dangerous. Hunger also serves another purpose. It forces you to steal. This is not spoken of directly, but it is understood. The rations provided are insufficient. You are expected to supplement them through theft. Not from other boys, that is forbidden and harshly punished, but from the world outside the Agoge, from markets, from storerooms, from the Helot farms that surround Sparta. You learn to steal in your 8th year, not from formal instruction, but from watching older boys and from necessity. The hunger becomes unbearable. You watch as older boys slip away during certain exercises, during moments when supervision is less intense. You notice that they return with bulges under their cloaks. Bread, cheese, sometimes fruit. You understand what is happening. Your first theft is clumsy. You are 8 years old, participating in a running exercise that takes your age lie through one of the Helot villages outside Sparta proper. The village is a collection of small mud brick houses with thatched roofs. Helots moving between them, carrying tools, herding goats, living their subjugated lives. You see a house with its door open. You see through the doorway a table with food on it, bread, a bowl of olives. You glance at Lysander. He's ahead, leading the pack. His attention is forward. The older boys in your group are spread out. No one is looking directly at you. You make a decision in a fraction of a second. You break from the line, dart through the door, grab a piece of bread from the table, and run. A woman's voice shouts behind you. A Helot woman, emerging from a back room, seeing you. You do not stop. You run as fast as you can, the bread clutched to your chest, your heart hammering. You expect pursuit. You expect to be caught. You expect punishment so severe you cannot imagine it. Nothing happens. You reach the end of the village. You slow to a walk, tucking the bread inside your cloak. You rejoin the line of running boys as though you had never left. Lysander glances back. His eyes sweep over the group. They land on you for a moment. You are certain he knows. Certain you will be punished. He says nothing. He turns forward and continues running. That night, in the dormitory, you eat the bread. You do it carefully, in small bites, hidden under your cloak. It is not fresh bread. It is coarse and dry. But it is additional food, and additional food is everything. Your stomach feels fractionally fuller. The constant ache recedes marginally. You feel a sense of achievement, of success, that is different from anything you have felt in the Agoge so far. You have stolen, and you have not been caught. This becomes part of your routine. Not every day, not even every week, but regularly. You learn to be better at it. You learn to watch for opportunities. You learn to move quickly and quietly. You learn to choose targets that are low risk. A loaf of bread left unattended outside a house. Vegetables in a garden. Once, memorably, a small cheese that you find in a storage shed. Sometimes you are caught, not by Lysander or the other instructors, but by helots. They see you stealing and they pursue you. You run. Usually you are faster. You are a Spartan boy, trained to run, and they are farmers and laborers, not built for speed. But occasionally they catch you. When this happens, they hit you. Not with the measured educational force of Lysander's stick, but with real anger. They punch you, slap you, sometimes kick you if you fall. Their rage is understandable. You are stealing their food, the meager supplies they need to feed their own families. They are slaves, and you are their future master, and they hate you with an intensity you can feel even at 8 years old. You do not fight back. Fighting a helot is forbidden. Helots are property. Damaging property without authorization is a serious offense. So you cover your head and take the beating and run as soon as there is an opening. And then, later, Lysander or Brasidas or one of the other instructors will call you aside. They will inspect the bruises. They will ask, without asking directly, what happened? You will say you were caught stealing. And they will nod, and you will receive your punishment. The punishment is for being caught, not for stealing. This distinction is crucial. Stealing is encouraged. It demonstrates initiative, cunning, courage. But getting caught demonstrates incompetence. Incompetence must be corrected. So you are beaten again, this time with the stick, this time with measured force. Educational force. And the lesson is clear. Steal, but do not be caught. You become better at it. By your 9th year, you are successful more often than not. You develop techniques. You learn to create distractions. You learn to work with other boys, one creating noise or confusion while another takes the food. You learn which helot houses are safe targets and which have dogs or aggressive occupants. You learn timing, how to strike when people are distracted by work or meals or prayer. The stolen food never entirely eliminates the hunger, but it takes the edge off. It makes the difference between suffering and extreme suffering. And it teaches you skills that will be useful later. Reconnaissance, patience, the ability to move silently, the willingness to take calculated risks. By your 10th year, you barely remember what it feels like to be full. That sensation, that comfortable post-meal satisfaction, has become something from another life. Instead, you have adapted. Your body has learned to function on minimal calories. You are lean, almost gaunt. There is no excess flesh on you anywhere, just muscle, bone, and sinew. This is the Spartan physique, forged by rationing and training. You learn other tricks to manage the hunger. You drink more water, filling your stomach even though it provides no calories. You chew slowly, making each bite last longer. trying to trick your brain into registering more food than you have actually consumed. You eat the least appetizing parts of your ration first, saving the relatively better parts for last, giving yourself something to look forward to during the meal. You also learn about the communal meals of the adult warriors, the Sicilians. These are not open to you yet. You will not join a Sicilian until you graduate from the Agoge at 20. But you hear about them. You see warriors coming and going from the mess halls reserved for them. And you learn that the food there is dramatically better. The warriors eat well, not luxuriously by the standards of Athens or other Greek cities, but well by any reasonable measure. They still eat black broth, but it is made with better meat. They have cheese, olives, figs. They have wine, served in moderation but served nonetheless. They recline on couches while they eat, like civilized Greeks, rather than standing like animals. This knowledge creates a strange mixture of hope and resentment. Hope because it means that if you survive, if you graduate, you will eventually eat better. Resentment because it makes clear that the deprivation you experience is not necessary. It is chosen. The food exists. It simply is not being given to you. But you do not voice this resentment. Questioning the system is pointless and dangerous. The system is what it is. You either adapt to it, or you fail. There is no third option. One winter, when you are 11 years old, there is a period of particular scarcity. The weather has been bad. Harsh cold, unusual amounts of snow for the region. Supply chains are disrupted. Even the regular rations become more meager. The morning broth is thinner, more water than substance. The bread portions shrink. The stealing intensifies. Every boy is doing it, trying to make up the deficit. The helots become more vigilant, more aggressive when they catch thieves. Several boys in your age group are beaten severely. One boy, whose name you do not remember because he does not survive long enough to become memorable, receives such a severe beating from helots that he develops an infection. The infection spreads. He develops a fever. He dies within a week. This death is not commemorated. There is no funeral, no mourning period. His body is removed. His sleeping space is immediately filled by another boy. Life continues. The message is clear. The weak die. This is natural. This is acceptable. Do not be weak. The scarcity eventually eases. Spring comes. Supply chains resume. The rations return to their normal inadequate level. You survive. You are thinner than before, your ribs more visible, your face more gaunt. But you survive. The hunger teaches you more than just how to steal. It teaches you about willpower, about the ability to continue functioning despite physical discomfort, about the gap between what your body wants and what it actually needs. You want 3 times as much food as you receive, but you need only what you receive, plus whatever you can steal. This distinction becomes important. Need versus want. Function versus comfort. You learn that you can run on an empty stomach, that you can wrestle, fight, march, drill, all while hungry. The hunger makes you feel weak, but the weakness is largely psychological. Your body, lean and efficient, can perform at a high level even without adequate fuel. It burns through what little you give it with remarkable efficiency. It cannibalizes its own tissues when necessary, breaking down fat reserves you do not have, and then, when those are gone, beginning to break down muscle. But slowly, carefully. Your body wants to survive, and it will sacrifice as little as possible to ensure that survival. You also learn about the social aspects of food. In most societies, meals are communal, social affairs. They are times for conversation, bonding, leisure. Not in the Agoge. Meals are brief, functional, silent. You eat standing up. You eat quickly. There is no talking, no lingering. You consume your ration and you move on to the next thing. This creates a relationship with food that is purely instrumental. Food is not enjoyment. It is not comfort. It is not even really satisfaction. It is simply the fuel that allows you to continue training. Nothing more. By your 12th year, you have eaten black broth more than 3,000 times. The same dish, or minor variations on it, twice a day, every day for 5 years. You no longer taste it in any meaningful sense. You consume it. Your mouth, your throat, your stomach process it automatically. Your mind is elsewhere, already thinking about the day's training, already preparing for whatever test is coming next. The older boys sometimes talk about the food they will eat when they graduate. Not fantasizing exactly. Spartans do not fantasize, but planning, describing in practical terms the meals they will have access to as full warriors. Better meat, wine, variety. These conversations happen at night, in the dormitory, whispered between boys who are 16 or 17 and can see the end of the Agoge approaching. You listen to these conversations and try to imagine it. Try to remember what it felt like to eat something other than black broth and barley bread. But the memories are distant and unclear. You are not sure anymore what cheese tastes like beyond different from broth. You are not sure what wine tastes like at all, having never consumed it. The world of adequate food has become theoretical, something that exists for other people but not for you. And perhaps this is the deepest lesson of the rationing. It teaches you that you can survive on very little, that the abundance enjoyed by other Greeks, the feasts and symposia and varied diets, is unnecessary. Weakness, decadence. You are being forged into something harder, leaner, more dangerous. And part of that forging is learning to live with perpetual hunger, to function despite it, to become so accustomed to it that it is simply the background condition of existence. The hunger is what you remember most clearly. Not the fear, not the pain, not even the isolation. The hunger. The constant gnawing, never satisfied hunger that defines every day of your childhood and teaches you that needing less makes you stronger than those who have more. We have to pause here, just for a moment. You're safe where you are. Perhaps in bed, perhaps with a meal nearby, certainly with the option to eat whenever you choose. The Spartan boy whose life you're inhabiting had none of that. He woke hungry, trained hungry, slept hungry for 13 years. If you're finding yourself pulled into this world, if these details are building something vivid in your mind, take a moment to leave a comment. Where are you listening from? What's the one detail that struck you most? It's fascinating how we share this human history, their deprivation teaching us about our own abundance. Now let's continue. The rations only fueled the labor, and the labor was relentless. The first time you hold a spear, you are 8 years old, and the weapon is taller than you are. It is made of ash wood, the shaft smooth and polished from years of use by other boys. The wood is pale, almost white in the morning light, and it tapers gradually from the grip to the point. The spearhead itself is bronze, leaf-shaped, about as long as your forearm. It has been sharpened so many times that the edges are no longer perfectly symmetrical. You can see the marks where the whetstone has worn away the metal, creating tiny grooves that catch the light. The weight surprises you. Not the spearhead, which is relatively light, but the shaft. Ash is a dense wood, and 7 feet of it has substantial mass. When you first lift it, trying to hold it upright as you have seen the older boys do, your arms shake. The spear wobbles. The point describes a slow circle in the air above your head, and you cannot keep it still. Lysander watches this without comment. Around you, the other boys in your Agili are having similar struggles. Dinon manages to keep his spear relatively steady, but only by planting the butt firmly against the ground and using both hands. Alkimos cannot lift his at all. He tries, straining, but the spear is simply too heavy for his underdeveloped arms. It tilts, falls, and clatters against the stone of the training ground. Again, Lysander says. Alkimos picks up the spear, lifts, it falls again. Again. This continues for what feels like hours, but is probably only 20 or 30 minutes. Lift the spear. Try to hold it steady. Fail. Lower it before your arms give out completely. Rest for a few seconds. Lift again. The repetition is mind-numbing. There is no technique being taught yet, no instruction on how to thrust or block or maintain formation. There is only this: learning to hold the weight. Your shoulders burn. The muscles that run from your neck down to your upper back, muscles you did not know existed until this moment, begin to cramp and spasm. Your hands, gripping the shaft, develop blisters where the skin rubs against the wood. You want to stop. You want to put the spear down and rest. But stopping without permission is unthinkable. You continue. Gradually, painfully, you learn to compensate. You adjust your grip, moving your hands to positions that distribute the weight more evenly. You learn to use your body as a counterbalance, leaning slightly backward so the spear's weight is offset. You learn to lock your elbows, using bone structure rather than pure muscle strength to maintain position. These are not things anyone teaches you. They are things you discover through trial and error, through the immediate feedback of success and failure. After perhaps an hour, Lysander walks along the line of boys, examining each one's posture. When he reaches you, he stops. He does not speak. He simply reaches out and pushes the shaft of your spear. Not hard, just a nudge. The spear tilts. You compensate, pulling it back toward vertical. He pushes again, from a different angle. You compensate again. He pushes a third time, and this time you overcorrect. The spear tilts too far in the opposite direction. You scramble to recover, and the point dips toward the ground. Lysander catches the shaft before it hits. He holds it for a moment, looking at you. Then he releases it and moves on to the next boy. You have failed some test. You are not sure exactly what the test was or how you might have passed it, but you know you failed. This knowledge sits in your stomach like a stone. The spear training continues every day. Sometimes in the morning, sometimes in the afternoon, but always daily. The exercises evolve slowly. After you can hold the spear steady, you learn to move with it. Walking while keeping the point elevated. Running. Turning. Each new skill is introduced with the same brutal simplicity. Demonstrate. Attempt. Fail. Repeat until you succeed. You learn the basic thrust. The motion comes from the legs and hips, not the arms. You step forward, drive your rear leg straight, and push the spear forward with your whole body behind it. The spear becomes an extension of your body, and your body becomes a machine for delivering force to a single point. You practice this thrust 10,000 times, 20,000. You lose count. You thrust at air, at wooden posts, at padded targets held by older boys. You thrust until the motion is automatic, until you can do it without thinking, until your body understands it at a level deeper than conscious thought. The muscles required for spear work develop slowly. Your shoulders broaden. Your forearms, constantly gripping the shaft, become corded with lean muscle. Your core, which stabilizes every thrust and every defensive movement, becomes a solid band of tissue connecting your upper and lower body. By your 9th birthday, you can hold the spear steady for as long as required. By your 10th, you can thrust with enough force to drive the point through a wooden shield. But the spear is only one weapon. There is also the sword. The Spartan short sword, the xiphos, is about 2 feet long. It is made of iron, which is cheaper and more practical than bronze, though not as prestigious. The blade is leaf-shaped like the spear point, widest about 1/3 of the way from the hilt, tapering to a sharp point. Both edges are sharpened. It is a cutting and thrusting weapon, designed for close-quarters fighting where the spear is too long to be effective. The first time you draw a sword from its sheath, the weight is shocking. It is far heavier than it looks. The iron is dense and the blade is thick, designed to withstand the impact of striking armor and other weapons without breaking. Your wrist, unused to holding something so heavy at the end of your extended arm, cannot keep the blade level. It droops. The point angling toward the ground. The sword training is different from the spear training. With the spear, you learn to use your whole body. With the sword, you learn to use your wrist, your forearm, your elbow. The cuts come from circular motions, the blade tracing arcs through the air. Downward diagonal from right to left. Upward diagonal from left to right. Horizontal at shoulder height. Horizontal at waist height. Each cut must be practiced until it is perfect, until the edge alignment is correct, until the force is sufficient but not excessive. You practice cuts against wooden posts. The impact reverberates up your arm, jarring your elbow, your shoulder, your teeth. The first few times you strike with full force, you nearly drop the sword. The shock is greater than you expected, but you learn to absorb it. To let your arm flex slightly on impact, to grip the hilt firmly but not rigidly. The post develops cuts where hundreds of boys have practiced on it before you. Deep grooves worn into the wood, exposing lighter material beneath the weathered exterior. You aim for these grooves, trying to hit the same spot repeatedly. Consistency is more important than power. A thrust that hits exactly where you intend it is better than a wild swing that might miss entirely. You also learn the thrust with the sword. It is different from the spear thrust. The sword is shorter, which means you must be closer to your target. The motion is more compact, driven by the shoulder and elbow rather than the whole body. You learn to thrust from different positions, from a high guard, from a low guard, from the side. You learn to chain movements together. Cutting and then immediately thrusting, thrusting and then immediately cutting. The physical labor of weapons training is constant. Your hands are never without blisters. The skin on your palms becomes thick and calloused, developing a texture like old leather. The calluses crack in winter, bleeding slightly, but you continue training. Blood on the grip makes it slippery, which teaches you to maintain your grip even when conditions are not ideal. But weapons training is only part of the labor. There is also the pankration. Pankration is the Greek martial art, a combination of boxing and wrestling with almost no rules. Gouging eyes and biting are forbidden. Everything else is permitted. Strikes with fists and open hands. Kicks, throws, joint locks, chokes. The goal is to force your opponent to submit or to render him unconscious. In the Agoge, the goal is to teach you how to fight when your weapons are lost or broken, when the battle has devolved into the chaos of close combat where technique and will are the only things that matter. You begin learning pankration at 9 years old. The training takes place in a sand pit, a rectangular area perhaps 20 paces long and 10 paces wide, filled with coarse sand to a depth of about 6 inches. The sand provides cushioning when you are thrown, which is some mercy, but it also gets everywhere. In your eyes, your mouth, your nose, the cuts and scrapes that cover your body. Sand mixed with sweat creates a gritty paste that chafes your skin raw. The instruction is minimal. Brasidas or one of the other Irenes demonstrates a technique once, maybe twice if the technique is complex. Then you practice it with a partner. Taking turns. One boy applies the technique. The other boy resists and eventually submits when the pain becomes too much. Then you switch roles. You learn how to fall without injuring yourself. This is the first lesson. When someone throws you, you must know how to land so that the impact is distributed across your back rather than concentrated in your spine or the back of your head. You practice falling hundreds of times, learning to tuck your chin, to slap the ground with your arms to dissipate force, to roll with the momentum rather than fighting it. You learn basic throws. The hip throw, where you turn your back to your opponent, fit your hip under his center of gravity, and use leverage to lift and flip him over your body. The leg sweep, where you use your foot to knock his supporting leg out from under him while pushing his upper body in the opposite direction. The body lock, where you wrap your arms around his torso and drive him backward onto the ground. You learn joint locks. The straight arm bar, where you control your opponent's elbow and extend it beyond its natural range of motion, creating pain and the threat of breaking the joint. The wrist lock, twisting the hand in unnatural directions. The shoulder lock, manipulating the arm into positions the shoulder cannot accommodate without injury. You learn chokes. The rear naked choke, where you wrap your arm around your opponent's neck from behind and compress the arteries that supply blood to his brain. The guillotine choke, where you trap his head under your arm and squeeze. These techniques do not create pain. They create unconsciousness. You practice them carefully, releasing pressure as soon as your partner taps your arm or leg to signal submission. But occasionally, someone holds on too long. You have seen boys go limp, their eyes rolling back, their bodies becoming dead weight. They wake after a few seconds, confused and disoriented. Then training continues. The pankration training is where you learn what your body can endure. Pain is constant. Every joint aches. Your knees from being driven into the sand. Your elbows from being hyperextended. Your neck from being cranked in submission holds. Your ribs from being squeezed in body locks. Your face from being struck with open palm blows that are technically illegal in formal competition, but allowed in training because they teach you to protect yourself. You develop a tolerance for pain. Not an absence of pain. The pain is always there, sharp and immediate, but the ability to continue functioning despite it. Pain is information. It tells you that a joint is at its limit, that you need to submit or suffer injury. But it does not force you to stop. You can choose to ignore it, at least for a few seconds, and those seconds can make the difference between winning and losing. You also learn about fear. Pankration creates fear in a way that weapons training does not. With weapons, there is distance. Even with a sword, there is an arm's length between you and your opponent. But in Pankration, you are pressed against each other, breathe in each other's breath, feeling each other's sweat. The intimacy is disturbing. And the knowledge that your opponent is trying to choke you unconscious or break your arm creates a visceral fear that you must overcome through sheer will. Beyond combat training, there is the physical conditioning. Running is constant. You run every day, often multiple times per day. Short sprints to build explosive speed. Long-distance runs to build endurance. Hill runs to build leg strength. The terrain around Sparta is hilly, rocky, unforgiving. You run barefoot over all of it, your feet developing thick calluses that eventually allow you to run across surfaces that would cripple someone with soft feet. The distance you run increases each year. At 8, you might run 3 miles in the morning. At 10, 5 miles. At 12, 8 or 10 miles. The pace is fast, not a jog, but a run. Hard enough that your lungs burn and your legs become heavy. You run in formation, staying with your agile, matching pace with the boy ahead of you. Falling behind is not acceptable. If you cannot keep up, you are punished with additional running later, alone, under the supervision of an instructor who ensures you push yourself beyond your limits. There is also strength training, though not with weights in the way modern athletes might recognize. Instead, you lift stones. Heavy stones, roughly spherical, ranging from perhaps 20 pounds for the youngest boys to over 100 pounds for the oldest. You lift them from the ground to your chest. From your chest to overhead. You hold them at arm's length until your muscles give out. You carry them while you walk, run, or climb. You also wrestle with other boys as part of strength training. But not the technical wrestling of Pankration, just raw grappling, each boy trying to physically overpower the other. You learn what leverage means. You learn that technique can overcome strength, but strength makes every technique easier. You learn to use your body weight to generate force from your legs and core rather than just your arms. The labor is structured to be exhausting but not injurious. The instructors understand human physiology better than you might expect. They push you to your limits but rarely beyond them. Serious injuries do occur. Broken bones, torn ligaments, concussions from falls or strikes. When they happen, the injured boy is given time to heal. But not much time. Just enough for the injury to stabilize, for the acute pain to subside. Then training resumes, the boy working around his injury until it heals fully. Minor injuries are ignored. Bruises, cuts, scrapes, blisters, muscle strains. These are constant companions, and you are expected to train through them. Showing pain is discouraged. Complaining about injuries is interpreted as weakness. You learn to assess your own condition silently, internally. Is this injury serious enough that continuing will make it worse? Or is it something you can work through? Usually, you work through it. By your 11th year, your body has been transformed. You are lean to the point of gauntness, every muscle visible beneath your skin. There is no fat on you anywhere. Your shoulders are broader than they were. Your legs are thick with muscle, each contour visible. Your hands and feet are scarred and calloused. Your face, still young, has a hardness to it that children in other cities do not develop. You are also significantly stronger than boys your age in other Greek cities. Not larger, the restricted diet limits your growth, but stronger relative to your size. Your body has adapted to constant physical stress by becoming as efficient as possible. Every movement is economical. No wasted effort, no unnecessary motion. The labor also teaches you about pain management. Not the acute pain of injury, but the chronic pain of overworked muscles and joints. After a day of training, everything hurts. Your legs ache from running. Your arms ache from weapon work. Your torso aches from pancration. Your feet ache from the constant impact of barefoot running on stone and dirt. This pain is not sharp. It is a deep, throbbing ache that permeates your entire body. You learn that lying down makes it worse. When you lie on your reed mat at night, the pain seems to intensify. The pressure points where your body contacts the hard surface become focal points of discomfort. So you learn to lie very still, to find a position that minimizes pressure, and to simply endure until exhaustion pulls you into sleep. You also learn that movement helps. In the morning, your body is stiff, almost locked up from the previous day's exertion and the night's immobility. But as you begin moving, as you go through the initial drills and exercises, the stiffness eases. Blood flow increases. The muscles warm up. The pain recedes to a manageable background hum. This teaches you an important lesson. The body's resistance to work is highest at the beginning. Once you push through that initial resistance, the body adapts and the work becomes easier. The labor is also social in ways you do not immediately recognize. Training with the same group of boys day after day creates bonds. Not friendship exactly. Friendship implies choice, and you did not choose these boys any more than they chose you. But something deeper and more primal. You learn to trust them in specific ways. When you are wrestling, you trust that they will not deliberately injure you. When you are running, you trust that they will maintain pace so you can gauge your own effort. When you are practicing weapon strikes, you trust that they will not strike with intent to kill. This trust is fragile and conditional. It extends only as far as the training itself. Outside of training, the same boys might steal your food, take your sleeping space, or betray you to the instructors. But during the labor itself, there is a kind of alliance born from shared suffering. You also learn to read bodies, to see fatigue in the way someone holds their spear, to see injury in the way someone favors one leg while running, to see fear in the tension of shoulders during pancration. These observations are useful. They tell you who is vulnerable, who might fail, who might be overtaken in the constant competition for status within the ageli. The older you get, the more complex the labor becomes. By 12, you are learning phalanx formations. This is not individual combat. This is collective action, multiple warriors moving as a single unit. You learn to maintain your position in the formation, shoulder to shoulder with the boys on either side of you. You learn to advance in step, each boy moving his left foot forward simultaneously, then his right foot. You learn to hold your shield in a position that protects not just yourself, but also the boy to your left, while the boy to your right protects you with his shield. The phalanx requires discipline beyond what individual combat demands. In pancration or sword fighting, you can win through individual skill. In the phalanx, individual skill is secondary to cohesion. If one boy breaks formation, he creates a gap that the enemy can exploit. If one boy advances too quickly or retreats too slowly, he endangers everyone around him. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts, but only if every part functions perfectly. You practice phalanx movements for hours, advancing across the training ground, shields locked together, spears protruding at uniform angles, wheeling to face a new direction, maintaining formation throughout the turn. Colliding with another phalanx, the shields crashing together, the rear ranks pushing forward, adding their weight to the front rank's effort. The noise of these collisions is tremendous. Wood slamming against wood, bronze against bronze, the grunts of boys straining with all their strength to maintain position. You also learn what happens when the phalanx breaks. The instructors deliberately create chaos. They remove boys from the formation at random, creating gaps. They order sudden turns or retreats. They simulate the death or injury of the boy next to you. In these moments, you must adapt instantly. Step into the gap. Adjust your shield position. Continue fighting even as the cohesion dissolves and the formation degenerates into individual combat. These exercises are terrifying because they approximate the reality of battle. War is not orderly. Plans collapse, formations break, and when that happens, you must be capable of surviving alone, relying on the skills drilled into you through thousands of hours of labor. By your 13th year, the labor has become your entire identity. You do not think of yourself as a person who trains. You think of yourself as training itself, as a body in motion, as a weapon being forged. The distinction between you and the activity has dissolved. You are the spear thrust, the sword cut, the wrestling throw, the phalanx advance. These movements are more real than your memories of childhood, more immediate than your hopes for the future. The labor teaches you that the body is capable of far more than the mind believes possible. When you first tried to hold the spear, your arms shook and failed within minutes. Now you can hold it for hours. When you first ran 3 miles, you vomited at the finish and could barely walk the next day. Now you run 10 miles before breakfast without particular difficulty. The limits you perceive are false. They can be pushed back, expanded, erased. There's always another level of capability waiting beyond your current exhaustion. But the labor also teaches you about limits that are real. Bones break. Ligaments tear. Muscles can only generate so much force. These limits are not psychological. They are physical facts. The trick is learning to distinguish between the false limits of will and the true limits of physiology, and then learning to operate as close to the true limits as possible without crossing over into permanent injury. The tools of your labor, the spear, the sword, the shield, become extensions of your body. You know their weight, their balance, their capabilities with an intimacy that goes beyond intellectual understanding. When you close your eyes, you can still feel the ash wood of the spear shaft, the wrapped leather of the sword grip, the bronze rim of the shield pressing against your forearm. These sensations are more familiar than the touch of another person's hand, more comforting than any soft bed or warm meal. The labor is everything. It fills your days and dominates your dreams. When you sleep, you dream of running, of fighting, of endless repetition. When you wake, you return immediately to the same activities. There is no rest, no respite, no alternative. There is only the labor, the constant grinding effort to transform your body into a weapon, your will into iron, your entire being into something capable of surviving what is coming next. You do not remember the last time you felt clean. Not clean in some abstract or spiritual sense, but physically clean. Skin without a layer of dirt and oil and dried sweat. Hair without the gritty texture of accumulated dust and sand. The sensation of being truly washed, of putting on fresh clothing against fresh skin, has become so distant that you cannot quite reconstruct it in your memory. It exists the way childhood exists, as something that happened to someone else. The Spartan approach to hygiene is deliberate neglect. In Athens and other Greek cities, men visit the gymnasium not just to exercise but to bathe. They oil their bodies before athletics, scraping the oil and accumulated dirt away with the strigil afterward. They wash frequently, sometimes daily. They consider cleanliness a mark of civilization, a distinction between Greeks and barbarians. Sparta rejects this. Oil is forbidden in the Agoge. Bathing is infrequent and unpleasant. The philosophy is clear. Comfort of the body leads to softness of the spirit. A boy who is accustomed to being clean, who expects to wash regularly and wear fresh clothing, is a boy who has not been properly hardened. Discomfort must become normal. The body must learn to function in conditions that other Greeks would consider intolerable. You bathe perhaps once every 2 or 3 weeks. The bathing is done in the Eurotas River, the cold, swift-moving water that flows down from the Taygetus Mountains and through the valley where Sparta sits. You march to the river in formation, your Agile and several others. Perhaps 50 or 60 boys ranging from 7 to 14 years old. The march takes about half an hour. Your feet, by now so calloused that you barely feel the stones anymore, carry you along the dusty path without particular discomfort. The river is shallow at the bathing spot, perhaps waist-deep for an adult, chest-deep for a young boy. The current is steady but not overwhelming. The water is cold. Not frigid, because this is Greece, and even in winter the temperatures are moderate, but cold enough that entering it is shocking. Your body, warm from the march, reacts to the temperature differential with involuntary gasping. Your skin contracts. Your muscles tense. Your testicles, beginning to drop and develop, retract tightly against your body. You wade in until the water reaches your chest. Then you duck your head under, emerging with water streaming from your hair and face. The cold is so intense it creates a headache, a sharp pain behind your eyes that makes you want to immediately get out. But you remain. Everyone remains. This is not about getting clean. This is about endurance, about learning to function in discomfort. There is no soap. Soap exists. You have seen it in markets, blocks of rendered fat mixed with ash and herbs. But it is not provided for the Agoge. Instead, you use your hands, rubbing your skin vigorously to dislodge the accumulated grime. The friction helps, but not much. The dirt and oil that have bonded to your skin do not come off easily. What does come off clouds the water around you, creating a gray-brown fog that disperses slowly in the current. You also wash your hair, such as it is. Your hair is kept extremely short, cut every few weeks with shears that are not particularly sharp. The result is a rough, uneven crop that shows your scalp in places. The practical reason is obvious. Short hair cannot be grabbed in combat, but it also serves the philosophical purpose. Long hair is vanity. Vanity is weakness. Your hair is short enough that washing it simply means running your wet hands over your scalp a few times, scrubbing with your fingers to loosen the embedded dirt. The bathing lasts perhaps 10 minutes. Any longer, and the cold becomes genuinely dangerous, even for hardened boys. You can feel your core temperature dropping. Your fingers and toes become numb. Your thinking slows. These are the early signs of hypothermia, and while Sparta values toughness, it does not value dead boys. Dead boys cannot become warriors. You emerge from the river and immediately begin moving. Exercise generates heat, and heat is essential now. The march back to the barracks is faster than the march out, everyone moving briskly to warm their bodies. By the time you arrive, your clothing, which was soaked, is mostly dry, and your body temperature has normalized. You feel marginally cleaner, but within hours, the accumulation of sweat and dirt will begin again. Your clothing is the same red cloak you were given when you entered the Agoge. One cloak, changed once per year at an annual ceremony where old cloaks are collected and new ones distributed. The cloak is made of wool, dyed red with madder root, and woven in a rough, heavy weave. It is designed to be durable, not comfortable. For the first few years of the Agoge, you wear a chiton underneath the cloak. The chiton is a simple garment, essentially a rectangular piece of cloth with holes for the head and arms, fastened at the shoulders with pins. It provides a minimal layer of modesty and some protection against the cloak's rough wool. But at 12 years old, the chiton is taken away. This is a rite of passage. From 12 onward, you wear only the cloak, nothing underneath. The cloak is fastened at one shoulder with a bronze pin, leaving the other shoulder bare. It hangs to approximately mid-thigh, though the exact length varies depending on your height and how you arrange it. The lack of undergarments serves multiple purposes. It is another form of hardening, exposing your skin directly to the elements and to the rough wool. It is also practical. In combat, multiple layers of clothing can trap sweat and restrict movement. A warrior needs to be able to move freely. And excessive clothing is a hindrance. So you learn to live with a single layer, adapting to both the exposure and the constant friction. The cloak becomes filthy almost immediately after bathing. Sweat is constant. You sweat during running. You sweat during weapons training. You sweat during pancration, where the physical exertion is so intense that sweat pours from your body, soaking the cloak until it clings to your skin. The wool absorbs the sweat but does not release it easily. It becomes heavy with moisture, developing a distinctive smell that is part sweat, part wool, part something else. The accumulated biology of your body. The smell of the Agoge is one of its defining characteristics. 50 or 60 unwashed boys in close proximity creates an olfactory environment that is overwhelming to anyone not accustomed to it. The dormitory smells of sweat and urine and the earthen floor and the wool cloaks and unwashed bodies. The training ground smells of sweat and dust and blood and the bronze of weapons heating in the sun. The mess hall smells of black broth and sweat and more unwashed bodies. You become nose blind to it. Within weeks of entering the Agoge, You stop noticing the smell. It becomes the baseline, the normal state of existence. Only when you leave Sparta years later, when you encounter people who bathe regularly and change their clothing frequently, do you realize how you must have smelled. But by then, it does not matter. You are no longer trying to be civilized. You are trying to be dangerous. Your body develops a layer of grime that becomes semi-permanent. On your hands and forearms, where you handle weapons constantly. The dirt and oil mix with metal residue from the bronze and iron. This creates a dark patina on your skin, almost like a stain. Washing does not remove it. Only vigorous scrubbing with sand or a rough stone can temporarily reduce it, but it returns within days. The skin on your feet is perhaps the most transformed part of your body. The soles develop calluses so thick they are almost like leather. The calluses crack in dry weather, creating deep fissures that sometimes bleed. In wet weather, they absorb moisture and become softer, more prone to tearing. But they serve their purpose. You can run barefoot over surfaces that would cripple someone with uncalloused feet. Gravel, rough stone, thorny plants. Your feet barely register these obstacles. The rest of your skin is covered in small injuries at various stages of healing. Cuts from weapons practice, scrapes from falls during running or pancration, bruises in shades of purple, green, and yellow, marking places where you were struck or thrown. Insect bites that you have scratched until they bled and then scabbed over. Your body is a map of constant minor damage, damage that never quite heals because new damage is inflicted daily. Lice are universal. Every boy has them. They live in your hair. Though with hair this short, they also migrate to your eyebrows and the hair beginning to sprout in your armpits and groin. They bite, creating an itch that is maddeningly persistent. You scratch constantly, without thinking. It becomes an unconscious behavior. Your hand reaching up to scratch your scalp or ribs or groin dozens of times per day. The scratching creates more wounds. Your fingernails, kept short but never quite short enough, dig into already irritated skin. The wounds are tiny but numerous, and they are vulnerable to infection. Some boys develop festering sores, particularly on their scalps, where repeated scratching has created open wounds that never get a chance to heal. The treatment is brutal. A mixture of vinegar and salt applied directly to the sores. It burns with an intensity that makes you want to scream, but screaming is weakness, so you endure in silence, tears streaming from your eyes while your face remains impassive. Your teeth receive no particular care. There is no cleaning, no attempt to maintain them. You use them as tools when necessary, tearing meat that is too tough to chew, holding rope while your hands are occupied. They yellow quickly. Some boys develop cavities, visible holes in their molars. A few lose teeth entirely, the decay progressing until the tooth simply falls out or is pulled out by an instructor if it becomes so infected that it threatens the boy's overall health. You develop your first cavity at 11. The pain is initially mild, a slight sensitivity to cold water. But it progresses. Within months, the pain becomes constant, a throbbing ache that radiates through your jaw. Chewing on that side of your mouth becomes impossible. You adapt, chewing only on the other side, working the tough barley bread and gristle with only half your teeth. Eventually, the pain becomes severe enough that you can no longer hide it. Brasidas notices you flinching during a meal. He orders you to open your mouth. He looks briefly, then sends you to one of the older Irenes who has experience with such things. The extraction is done without ceremony. You are made to lie on the ground. The Irene positions himself above you, one knee on your chest, pinning you down. He takes a bronze instrument, essentially a pair of pliers, fits them around the rotted tooth, and pulls. The pain is extraordinary. Worse than any beating, worse than any injury you have received in training. You feel the tooth resisting, the roots tearing free from the bone of your jaw. There is a wet, grinding sensation, and then the tooth comes free. Blood fills your mouth. The Irene hands you a rag. You hold it against the bleeding socket, applying pressure. The bleeding continues for perhaps half an hour, then gradually slows. By evening, it has mostly stopped. The pain, which was excruciating immediately after the extraction, settles into a deep ache that persists for days. You continue training the next morning. There is no recovery period. You run with a swollen jaw and a mouth full of blood. You practice weapon forms, the pain pulsing in time with your heartbeat. You learn that the body can sustain significant damage and still function. That pain is not disability. That you can operate effectively even when a substantial part of your attention is consumed by managing discomfort. Your body's odor changes as you age. In the early years of the Agoge, you smell mostly of dirt and sweat. But as you approach puberty, new smells develop. Your sweat acquires a sharper, more acrid quality. Hair begins growing in your armpits and groin, trapping more sweat and bacteria, intensifying the smell. You become aware of these changes primarily through comparison with younger boys, who still have the relatively clean smell of children. The older boys, those approaching 15 or 16, smell different again. More intense, more animal. Their bodies are producing adult levels of hormones. Their sweat glands are fully active, and they have been accumulating years of grime. Some of them smell so strong that you can detect their presence from several paces away, even outdoors with wind dispersing the scent. But again, you adapt. The human nose is extraordinarily good at adapting to constant stimuli. Within minutes of entering a smelly environment, you stop noticing the smell. Within weeks of living in that environment, you cannot smell it at all unless something changes dramatically. This adaptation is essential for survival in the Agoge. If you remained constantly aware of the smell, the dirt, the discomfort, you would be distracted. Distraction is dangerous. Your body hair, when it finally begins to grow, is never allowed to develop fully. The Spartans, unlike other Greeks, do not value body hair. They see it as unnecessary, something that can be grabbed in combat. So it is removed. Not with razors, which are expensive and rare, but with pitch. Hot pine pitch is applied to the hairy area. When it cools and hardens, it is ripped off, taking the hair with it. The process is painful, especially in sensitive areas like the groin and armpits. But it is effective, and it is done regularly enough that the hair never has a chance to grow thick. The physical transformation of your body through the Agoge is remarkable. You enter at 7 as a child, soft and undeveloped. By 15, you are unrecognizable. You are lean, almost gaunt, with no excess flesh anywhere. Every muscle is visible, each one defined by the absence of fat and the constant work. Your bones are prominent. Your ribs, your hip bones, your shoulder blades all create visible contours under your skin. Your posture changes too. You learn to stand and move with economy, wasting no energy on unnecessary motion. Your gait becomes efficient, each step placed deliberately. Your shoulders develop a particular set, pulled back and down, that comes from hours of holding shields and spears. Your hands are never quite relaxed. Even at rest, they maintain a slight tension, ready to grab a weapon or block a strike. The other boys' bodies tell similar stories. You can read their training in their physiques. The boy with particularly developed forearms has spent extra time on sword work. The boy with thick legs has been practicing running on his own. The boy with scarred knuckles has been doing additional striking practice against hard surfaces. Bodies are texts, and you learn to read them fluently. You also become aware of your body's capabilities and limitations in ways that children outside the Agoge never do. You know exactly how far you can run before your legs give out. You know how long you can hold a wrestling position before your strength fails. You know the warning signs of serious injury versus minor damage. This awareness is survival critical. Pushing past your true limits results in injury that removes you from training, which puts you behind your peers, which threatens your status and potentially your graduation. But you also learn that you can push much further than you initially believed possible. The first time you ran until you vomited, you thought you were dying. The pain in your lungs, the burning in your legs, the nausea. It all felt like the end of capability. But then you recovered, and you ran again the next day. And gradually you learned that vomiting was not the limit. You could vomit and keep running. You could push through that barrier into territory beyond, where the body continues to function even though the mind is screaming for rest. This knowledge is dangerous and liberating in equal measure. Dangerous because you can genuinely injure yourself by ignoring your body's distress signals. Liberating because it reveals that most of the barriers you perceive are false. That capability extends far beyond comfort. Your body becomes something you inhabit rather than something you are. It is a tool, a weapon, a vehicle. You feed it the minimum required to keep it functional. You push it to its limits and slightly beyond, day after day. You ignore its complaints, the hunger, the pain, the exhaustion, and it adapts. It becomes harder, leaner, more capable. It learns to function on minimal input and maximal output. By your 14th year, you have been living in your body, in this particular state of filth and discomfort and constant minor injury, for 7 years. 7 years is enough time for any condition to become normal. You no longer think of yourself as dirty. You simply are. The accumulated grime, the smell, the lice, the calluses, the scars. These are not abnormalities to be corrected. They are simply the condition of being. When you occasionally see civilians, free Spartan citizens who are not part of the warrior class, or merchants from other cities, their cleanliness strikes you as bizarre. Their oiled skin, their clean clothes, their general softness. It looks wrong, unnatural. How can they function like that? How can they be prepared for anything wearing perfumed oil and clean tunics? The answer, of course, is that they are not prepared. They are not supposed to be prepared. They are not being forged into weapons. They are living normal lives, focused on normal concerns. But you have been removed from normal life so completely that you can barely remember what it felt like. Your body is a record of every day of training. Every scar has a story. The line across your left forearm is from a sword training accident when you were 9, when another boy's blade slipped and cut you despite being blunted. The divot in your right shin is from a fall during a mountain run when you were 10, the impact against a rock hard enough to crack the skin and bruise the bone. The pattern of small scars across your knuckles is from years of striking practice. The twisted finger on your left hand is from a pancreation accident when you were 12, when the finger was bent back beyond its natural range and something gave way. It healed crooked because you continued training on it, never giving it the rest required to set properly. These marks are not sources of shame. They are sources of pride. Each one is evidence of survival, of pushing through pain, of continuing to function despite injury. A boy without scars is a boy who has not been tested. A boy covered in scars is a boy who has faced tests and survived them. And underneath all the visible changes, there are the invisible ones. Your bones have been stressed and have responded by growing denser. Your heart has grown larger, capable of pumping more blood with each beat. Your lungs have expanded their capacity. Your nervous system has been rewired. The connections between brain and muscle strengthened through endless repetition until movements that once required conscious thought now happen automatically. You are being manufactured. That is the only word that fits. You are raw material being processed through a system designed to produce a specific output. And the output is not a healthy, happy, well-rounded human. The output is a weapon, a tool of the state, a Spartan warrior, capable of enduring what others cannot endure, capable of functioning in conditions that would break others, capable of killing efficiently and without hesitation. Your body knows this. Every cell, every fiber, every system has been adapted to serve this purpose. You are no longer the soft child who entered the Agoge at 7. You are something else, something harder, colder, more capable, and less human. The transformation is not complete yet. You still have years of training ahead. But the direction is clear. You are becoming what Sparta needs you to become. And the cost of that becoming is written in dirt and scars and calluses, and the permanent smell of sweat and wool that will never entirely wash away. There is a particular kind of silence in the dormitory after dark. It is not true silence. There are always sounds, breathing, the occasional cough, the creak of wood as someone shifts position, the distant call of an owl hunting in the darkness outside. But it is a human silence. No one speaks. No one asks questions. No one seeks comfort or offers it. Each boy lies on his mat, alone with his thoughts, and the accumulated weight of the day settles like stone on the chest. You learn very early that the mind is a dangerous place. During the day, your mind is occupied. There is always something immediate demanding attention. The pain in your legs during a run, the weight of the spear in your hands, the positioning of your opponent during Pancratian, the orders being shouted by Lysander or Brasidas. Your consciousness is filled with the present moment, with the sensory and physical demands of training. There is no room for reflection, for memory, for longing. But at night, on the mat, in the darkness, the mind is free to wander. And it wanders inevitably toward dangerous territory, toward memory of your mother's house, toward the softness of the bed you slept in as a child, toward meals that were adequate, clothing that was clean, a life that contained something other than pain and hunger and exhaustion. These thoughts are poison. They create a dissatisfaction with the present. They make the mat feel harder, the cloak dirtier, the hunger sharper. They open a gap between what is and what was, and into that gap flows a despair that can paralyze you if you allow it to grow. You have seen this happen. Boys who spend too much time dwelling on what they have lost become slow, distracted, weak. They make mistakes during training. They fall behind. And falling behind in the Agoge is dangerous. So you learn to control your thoughts, not to eliminate them. That is impossible. But to manage them, to redirect them, to prevent them from spiraling into places that make you less capable. This is harder than any physical training. The body is simple. It responds to clear inputs. Push it, and it adapts. Rest it, and it recovers. But the mind is complex, recursive, capable of tormenting itself with memories and fears that have no physical reality. You develop techniques. When you catch yourself remembering your mother's voice, you deliberately shift your attention to something physical. The sensation of breathing. The texture of the reed mat beneath you. The distant sounds from outside the dormitory. Anything concrete, anything present. The past cannot be changed. Dwelling on it serves no purpose. So you learn to release it, over and over, hundreds of times each night, until eventually sleep claims you. But some thoughts are harder to redirect. Fear is particularly persistent. The Agoge is designed to create fear. Not constant terror, that would be counterproductive. But a steady background anxiety, a knowledge that any day could bring a test you are not prepared for, a challenge you cannot meet, a failure that results in punishment or humiliation or worse. This fear is intended to keep you sharp, motivated, constantly striving to improve. And it works. You train harder because you are afraid of what will happen if you do not. But fear also corrodes. It sits in your stomach like cold metal. It makes your sleep shallow and troubled. It colors everything with a gray cast of dread. You wake each morning not with anticipation of the day ahead, but with a kind of resigned acceptance that whatever comes will be difficult and painful, and you will simply have to endure it. The older boys talk sometimes about the Kryptaya. These conversations happen in whispers after Brasidas has retired to his chamber in the darkest hours before dawn. You are perhaps 10 or 11 when you first hear the details, pieced together from fragments of hushed conversation. The Kryptaya is the final test before you can join a secession and become a full warrior. When you reach 18, you are sent out alone into the countryside. You are given a knife. Nothing else. No food, no water, no cloak. You must survive for a period that varies. Some say 30 days, others say longer. You must steal what you need from helot farms, and you must kill. The killing is not optional. It is not metaphorical. You are required to hunt helots, the enslaved people who work the land around Sparta. Young helot men, specifically. The strong ones, the ones who might pose a threat if they ever rebelled. You stalk them at night. You ambush them. You cut their throats. And if you do not do this, if you complete the Kryptaya without killing, you will not be accepted into a secession. You will not become a full citizen. Everything you have endured in the Agoge will be for nothing. This knowledge sits in your mind like a tumor. You are being trained to kill, yes, but kill enemies in war. Enemy soldiers who are also trying to kill you. That is comprehensible. That is the nature of war. But hunting unarmed people in the darkness, people who are slaves, who have no weapons, who are running away from you. This is something different. This is murder. But you cannot voice this thought, cannot even hint at discomfort with the cryptia. To question it would be to question the entire system, the entire Spartan way of life. And questioning the system is the most dangerous thing you can do. So you keep the thought locked inside, and it festers there, joining the other fears and doubts that you are learning to carry in silence. The social world of the Agoge is brutal in its own way, different from the physical brutality but no less damaging. The hierarchy is everything. At every moment, you are aware of your position relative to every other boy. Who is stronger, faster, more skilled, more favored by the instructors. This awareness is constant and exhausting. The hierarchy is not stable. It shifts based on performance. A boy who is near the top can fall if he has a bad day, if he shows weakness, if he fails at a crucial moment. A boy near the bottom can rise if he performs well, if he demonstrates courage, if he succeeds where others fail. This instability creates constant anxiety. You can never relax. You can never assume your position is secure. The competition is encouraged. The instructors deliberately create situations where boys must compete directly. Racing to determine who is fastest. Wrestling tournaments to determine who is strongest. Public demonstrations of skill where mistakes are visible to everyone. These competitions serve a practical purpose. They identify the best performers and motivate everyone to improve. But they also create an atmosphere of relentless judgment where every action is evaluated, compared, ranked. You learn to live with this judgment, to accept that you are constantly being watched, assessed, measured against your peers. Your value as a person becomes tied entirely to your performance as a future warrior. There is no other dimension of worth. You are not valued for kindness or creativity or humor or any of the qualities that make humans interesting. You are valued only for physical capability and mental toughness. This creates a strange emptiness. You begin to lose track of who you are beyond what you can do. Your identity becomes your rank in the hierarchy, your role in the Agili. When you think about yourself, you think in terms of capabilities and deficits. I am faster than Alkimos, but slower than Dinon. I am better at pankration than sword work. My weakness is endurance in the heat. These assessments are accurate and useful, but they are also reductive. They reduce you to a collection of measurable attributes, eliminating everything that cannot be quantified. The relationships between boys in the Agoge are complex and often dark. There is camaraderie, yes. The shared suffering creates bonds. You trust certain boys in specific contexts. You work together during phalanx training. You help each other during difficult tasks. But this trust is limited and conditional. There is also cruelty. Boys are cruel to each other in ways that adults would not tolerate, but the instructors allow it because it serves a purpose. It hardens you. It teaches you that the world is not kind, that no one will protect you, that you must be capable of defending yourself at all times. The cruelty takes many forms. Theft of food is common. If you steal something and leave it unguarded, it will be taken. This teaches vigilance. Physical intimidation is also common. Stronger boys push weaker boys around, not quite beating them. That would attract intervention, but making their dominance clear through small acts of aggression. A shove in line. A hard elbow during formation. a too rough tackle during training. There is also social isolation used as a weapon. If a boy is perceived as weak or as breaking unwritten rules, the others will shun him. They will not speak to him, will not train with him, will not acknowledge his existence. This isolation is devastating. Humans are social animals. Even in an environment as harsh as the Agoge, even when the relationships are complicated and often hostile, complete isolation is unbearable. You witness this happen to a boy named Nikias when you are 12. Nikias makes some mistake you never fully understand. Perhaps he reports another boy to an instructor. Perhaps he fails to maintain silence about something he should have kept secret. Whatever the violation, the response is swift. The other boys in his age group stop talking to him. They avoid him during training. When teams are formed, he is chosen last or not at all. He sleeps alone on his mat, surrounded by boys who act as though he does not exist. The isolation lasts for weeks. You watch Nikias deteriorate. He becomes withdrawn, hesitant. His performance in training declines. He stops eating adequately, pushing the food around in his bowl but not consuming it. His eyes develop a haunted, desperate quality. He is 13 years old, and he is breaking in real time, disintegrating under the weight of complete social rejection. Eventually, Nikias disappears. One morning he is simply not on his mat. Brasidas does not mention him. The instructors do not mention him. His space is filled by another boy. You never learn what happened. Perhaps he ran away. Perhaps he killed himself. Perhaps he was quietly expelled from the Agoge and sent to live as a lesser citizen, ineligible for warrior status. The uncertainty is part of the lesson. Fail, and you vanish. No explanation, no second chance. Just erasure. This incident teaches you to be very careful about whom you trust and what you say. The Agoge is not just a training ground for warriors. It is a training ground for a particular kind of society, one where conformity is absolute, where deviation is punished ruthlessly, where individual thought must be suppressed in favor of collective identity. But the most complex social relationship in the Agoge is the one between younger boys and older youths. This is formalized through the institution of pederasty, a practice that exists throughout Greece but takes a particularly Spartan form here. When you are around 12 years old, you are assigned an erastes, an older male lover. He is typically 18 or 19, having recently completed his Agoge training but not yet joined a scission. You become his Eromenos, his beloved. The relationship is supposed to be educational. He is your mentor, responsible for teaching you, protecting you, modeling proper Spartan behavior. Your Erastes is named Hippias. He is lean and scarred, his body showing the cumulative effects of over a decade in the Agoge. He does not introduce himself warmly. There is no conversation about the nature of your relationship. He simply informs you that you will attend him, that you will learn from him, that you will obey him. The relationship is sexual. This is not hidden or shameful. It is expected. Hippias summons you to a private area, a storage room near the barracks. What happens there is painful and confusing. You do not want it. But refusal is not an option. To refuse would be to reject a fundamental institution of Spartan society. It would mark you as defiant, as unfit. So you submit, and you learn to separate your mind from your body, to endure this as you endure everything else. Hippias is not cruel exactly. He is simply using you in the way he was used when he was 12, the way every Spartan boy is used. It is tradition. It is how things are done. And in his mind, he is honoring you by selecting you, by taking responsibility for your education. But the experience leaves marks that are not physical. It creates a confusion about bodies, about intimacy, about power and vulnerability. You learn that your body belongs to the state, that it can be used by others, that your consent is irrelevant. This lesson reinforces everything else the Agoge teaches. You are not an individual with rights. You are property being prepared for a specific function. Hippias does teach you things. He shows you advanced weapon techniques, small refinements that the instructors do not cover in group training. He shares strategies for surviving the Kryptaya. Based on stories from older warriors, he explains the politics of secession selection, how you must perform well in the final years of Agoge to be chosen by a prestigious mess group. In his way, Hippias is trying to help you. He genuinely believes he is preparing you for success. And perhaps he is. The knowledge he provides is valuable. But the price of that knowledge is a violation that you cannot acknowledge as violation, because to do so would be to reject the system entirely. You learn to compartmentalize. This is perhaps the most important psychological skill the Agoge teaches. You take the parts of your experience that are unbearable, the hunger, the pain, the violation, the fear, and you seal them away in some deep part of your mind where they cannot interfere with your functioning. You cannot afford to dwell on them, to process them, to feel the full weight of what is being done to you. So you simply set them aside. You tell yourself that this is temporary, that when you graduate and become a full warrior, things will be different, better. Whether this is true, you do not know, but the belief is necessary. Without it, without some hope that the current suffering has an endpoint and a purpose, you would not be able to continue. So you construct a future in your mind, a future where you are strong, respected, a full member of a secession, a future where the pain has meaning because it has made you into something valuable. This future may be a lie, but it is a necessary lie. The boredom is almost as difficult as the fear. The Agoge is repetitive. You perform the same exercises, eat the same food, follow the same schedule day after day. Month after month, year after year. The monotony is crushing. It creates a sense that time is not passing, that you are trapped in an eternal present where nothing changes except your gradually increasing size and capability. Some boys handle this better than others. Some seem able to exist in the present moment without needing variety or stimulation. They perform each day's tasks mechanically, without apparent emotional response. You envy these boys. Their minds seem simpler, less troubled. They do not appear to suffer from the same internal conflicts that plague you. But you are not built that way. Your mind is active, curious, constantly seeking patterns and meaning. The repetition frustrates you. You find yourself wanting to understand why, to question the methods, to imagine alternatives. But these impulses are dangerous. Questioning leads to doubt. Doubt leads to hesitation. Hesitation leads to failure. So you learn to occupy your mind during the repetitive tasks. You count things, steps during runs, breaths during spear drills, stones in walls, boards in the dormitory ceiling. The counting gives your mind something to do, a task that is harmless and prevents more dangerous thoughts from forming. You also create games in your mind, small challenges that only you know about. Today, I will complete the run without breathing through my mouth. Today I will hold the spear longer than yesterday before my arms shake. Today I will steal food from a helot farm that is farther from the road than any I have targeted before. These private challenges give you a sense of agency, a feeling that you are not just a passive object being shaped by the system, but an active participant with your own goals. The literacy training in the Agoge is minimal but not non-existent. You learn to read and write, but barely. The emphasis is on brevity, on the famous laconic style of speech that uses the absolute minimum of words to convey meaning. Long speeches are considered effeminate, Athenian, weak. A Spartan should be able to express any thought in a single sentence or less. You learn the alphabet scratching letters in sand with a stick. You learn to form words, then simple sentences. The instruction is practical, focused on military applications. You need to be able to read orders, write reports, understand maps. Poetry, philosophy, rhetoric, these are explicitly rejected as useless distractions. But despite the limited instruction, or perhaps because of it, you become fascinated with words. The ability to encode thought into symbols, to preserve ideas beyond the moment of their formation, seems almost magical. You begin to notice language, to pay attention to how the instructors phrase commands, to appreciate the economy of well-chosen words. There is a famous story about a Spartan mother. When her son was leaving for war, she handed him his shield and said, "Come back with this, or on it." 5 words. But they contain everything. Victory or death. No other option is acceptable. This is the laconic ideal. Maximum meaning with minimum words. You try to adopt this style, compressing your thoughts, eliminating unnecessary elaboration. It becomes a mental discipline, a way of organizing your thinking. And it serves a practical purpose. In the noise and chaos of training, of combat, long explanations are impossible. You need to be able to communicate clearly and instantly. But there is a cost to this enforced brevity. Some thoughts cannot be expressed in 5 words. Some emotions cannot be compressed into a simple phrase. By restricting language, the Agoge restricts thought. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that it restricts certain kinds of thought. Complex moral reasoning, nuanced emotional expression, philosophical speculation. These require language space that is deliberately not provided. So your inner life becomes simpler, or at least appears simpler. The complex feelings you have about your mother, about your Erastes, about the crypteia that awaits you, these cannot be articulated in laconic style. So they remain formless and troubling, clouds of emotion without clear structure. The older you get, the more you notice the psychological toll the Agoge takes on boys around you. By 14 or 15, many boys show signs of what you might call damage, though that word is never used. They are harder than they should be, colder. They laugh rarely, and when they do, the laughter has a harsh quality, more aggressive than joyful. They form no deep attachments. They trust no one fully. They are hyper-vigilant, always scanning for threats, unable to relax even in moments of relative safety. This is the goal, of course. A Spartan warrior must be hard, must be capable of functioning without emotional support, must be constantly alert. But watching the transformation happen, seeing boys you remember from age 7 gradually lose their softness and become these cold, efficient instruments is disturbing in ways you cannot fully articulate. You wonder sometimes what you have lost. What parts of yourself have been stripped away by the Agoge's relentless pressure? You remember vaguely being a child who laughed easily, who felt joy at simple things, who loved his mother without complication. That child is gone. You are not sure when exactly he disappeared, when the transformation became complete. But at some point, you stopped being a child being trained and became a weapon being sharpened. And yet, there are moments. Brief flashes where something deeper surfaces. A sunset that stops you for a moment, its beauty penetrating the armor you have built. A dream where you are back in your mother's house and she is holding you and you feel safe. These moments are dangerous because they reveal that something still exists beneath the hardness, some core of vulnerability that has not been completely eliminated. You cannot afford these moments. You push them away as soon as they arise. You remind yourself of the purpose. You are being forged into something necessary. Sparta needs warriors, and warriors must be hard. The softness, the vulnerability, the capacity for joy and love, and all the things that make life worth living. These are luxuries that a warrior cannot afford. They create weakness. They create hesitation. They create the possibility of failure. So you continue the work of eliminating them. Year after year, day after day, you practice being hard, being cold, being capable of doing what needs to be done without flinching, without doubt, without mercy. And gradually, the practice becomes reality. You are no longer pretending to be hard. You simply are. The transformation is nearly complete. By your 15th year, you have been in the Agoge for 8 years. 8 years of controlled thought, suppressed emotion, enforced conformity. 8 years of learning that your mind, like your body, is not your own, but belongs to the state. 8 years of discovering that consciousness itself can be shaped, molded, made into something useful for purposes you did not choose and cannot refuse. The mind is a dangerous place. This thought returns to you again and again, lying on your mat in the darkness, listening to the breathing of the other boys. Dangerous because it can remember what was lost. Dangerous because it can imagine what might have been. Dangerous because even after all the training, all the conditioning, all the brutal enforcement of conformity, some small part of it remains free. And that freedom, more than any physical hardship, is the most difficult thing to manage. Because freedom implies choice. And choice implies the possibility of refusing what you are being made into. And that possibility, even though you never act on it, even though you cannot imagine actually refusing, haunts you in the quiet moments when there is nothing to distract you from yourself. The mind is a dangerous place. So you learn to spend as little time there as possible, to fill your consciousness with the immediate and the physical. To become a creature of the present moment, who does not remember too clearly and does not imagine too vividly. You learn to be less than fully human, because being fully human, with all its complicated emotions and moral questions and existential anxieties, is incompatible with being a Spartan warrior. And above all else, you are being made into a Spartan warrior. Everything else is secondary. Everything else must be sacrificed. Even your mind. Especially your mind. This feels like a good place to pause and step back into the present for just a moment. You've been living in the psychological prison of the Agoge for 8 years now. 8 years as a child whose mind was being systematically reshaped, whose thoughts were being controlled as rigorously as his body. The physical hardships we've covered, the cold, the hunger, the violence, Those are brutal. But this mental reshaping, this deliberate elimination of everything that makes a child human, might be the cruelest part of all. Take a breath. Remember where you are now, in your own time, with your own thoughts that belong to you alone. We're past the halfway point of this journey. 3 more chapters remain. The elements that tested the body beyond its limits, the crisis of the cryptia, and finally, the release. Rest if you need to. We'll continue when you're ready. Winter comes to Laconia gradually, then all at once. The first signs are subtle. The angle of the sunlight changes, becoming lower and more golden in the afternoons. The morning air carries a sharpness that was absent during summer. The leaves on the plane trees along the Eurotas begin to yellow and fall, drifting down to carpet the riverbanks in brittle brown. You are perhaps 9 years old the first time you consciously notice these changes. The first time you understand that they signal something significant approaching. Then, one morning in late November or early December, you have lost the ability to track specific dates, measuring time instead in seasons and training cycles. You wake to find the courtyard covered in frost, not snow. Sparta rarely sees snow, but frost, a thin white coating on every stone surface, every blade of grass, every exposed piece of metal. The air is shockingly cold, cold in a way that summer and autumn have not prepared you for. You stand barefoot on the frosted stone during morning inspection. The cold is immediate and absolute. It does not gradually seep into your feet. It strikes like a weapon, a sharp pain that travels up through your ankles and into your legs. You clench your jaw to keep your teeth from chattering. Around you, the other boys are doing the same, their bodies rigid with the effort of maintaining stillness despite the cold. Lysander walks the line as always. He's wearing sandals, not because he is soft, but because he is a full warrior and entitled to footwear. His breath makes clouds in the air. He says nothing about the cold. There is nothing to say. The cold simply is. You must endure it. This is the lesson. The winter training regimen is nearly identical to the summer regimen. The same runs, the same drills, the same weapons practice. But the cold transforms everything. Running generates heat, which is welcome for the first mile or so. But then you begin to sweat, and the sweat soaks into your single cloak, and when you stop running for weapons drill, the wet fabric against your skin becomes a conductor for cold. Within minutes of stopping, you are shivering uncontrollably. The shivering is involuntary. Your body is trying to generate heat through muscle contractions. But shivering makes it difficult to hold a spear steady, difficult to maintain proper form, difficult to perform the precise movements required in training. The instructors do not accept shivering as an excuse for poor performance. You must learn to control it, or at least to function despite it. You discover that moving constantly helps. If you can keep your muscles active, keep blood flowing, the shivering subsides. So during weapons drill, when you would normally stand and wait your turn, you instead shift your weight from foot to foot, flex and release your hands, perform small movements that generate just enough heat to keep you functional. The winter nights are the worst part. The dormitory, which was barely tolerable in summer, becomes a test of endurance in winter. The thin reed mat provides almost no insulation. The wooden platform beneath you becomes cold, drawing heat from your body all night. Your single cloak, wrapped tightly around yourself, is insufficient. The cold seeps through the wool, through your skin, into your bones. You learn to sleep curled in a tight ball, knees drawn to your chest, hands tucked into your armpits, the cloak pulled over your head to create a small pocket of air that your breath can warm slightly. But even this is not enough. You wake multiple times each night, shivering so violently that sleep becomes impossible. Your fingers and toes go numb. Your ears ache. Your face, exposed to the cold air, feels frozen. Some boys try to share warmth, pressing against each other on the sleeping platforms. This is not officially forbidden, but it is not encouraged either. It suggests weakness, an inability to endure alone. But when the temperature drops low enough, survival takes precedence over pride. You find yourself pressed against Dinon on one side and another boy on the other, the three of you sharing body heat, creating a small island of marginal warmth in the sea of cold. Morning comes as a relief only because it means you can move. The moment Brasidas comes through with his stick, you roll off the mat and begin jogging in place immediately. The motion is agony at first. Your muscles are stiff, almost locked from the cold. Your joints ache. But gradually, painfully, movement generates heat. Sensation returns to your extremities. The shivering subsides. You are functional again. The winter runs are particularly brutal. The route often takes you through areas where frost has made the ground slippery. Your bare feet, normally sure even on rough terrain, slip on icy stones. You fall, scraping your hands and knees, and immediately scramble back up because stopping means falling behind, and falling behind means punishment. The Eurotas River, which is merely cold during summer bathing, becomes something close to torture in winter. The water temperature drops to perhaps 10 or 15 degrees Celsius. When you wade in for your irregular winter bathing, the cold is so intense it feels like being stabbed. Your body reacts with instant panic. Your breath catches. Your heart races. Your muscles seize. You force yourself to duck your head under. The cold on your scalp is extraordinary. It feels like your skull is being crushed. You surface, gasping, and your hair immediately begins to freeze, the water turning to ice crystals. You stay in the water for perhaps 5 minutes, scrubbing your skin with numb hands, and then exit with your body shaking so violently you can barely walk. The march back to the barracks is dangerous. You are wet, and the air temperature is below freezing. Hypothermia is a real possibility. You run instead of walk. Run as fast as you can despite your exhausted legs and numb feet. Run because generating heat is the only thing that will save you. Several boys in other age groups develop frostbite during winter months. Their fingers or toes turn black. Sometimes the damaged tissue falls off on its own. Sometimes it must be removed by the Irenes who serve as informal medical staff. You are lucky. Or perhaps you are simply careful. You learn to recognize the warning signs of frostbite: the numbness, the waxy appearance of skin, the strange tingling as circulation returns. When you see these signs, you take action immediately. You warm the affected area against your body, tucked under your arm or between your thighs. You maintain circulation through movement. You survive without permanent damage, though this is not guaranteed. Each winter brings the possibility of injury that cannot heal, damage that will mark you for life. The cold also affects your appetite. Your body burns more calories trying to maintain temperature. The already inadequate rations become even less sufficient. The hunger, which is a constant companion in all seasons, becomes more acute. Your body, in its desperation for fuel, begins to consume itself more aggressively. You become even leaner, your ribs more prominent, your face more gaunt. The instructors understand this. They do not increase the rations, but they do allow, perhaps even encourage, more aggressive theft from helot farms during winter. The risk is higher because the helots are also struggling with winter and are more vigilant about protecting their stores. But the need is greater. You steal more frequently, take greater risks, venture farther from the safe routes. One winter night, when you are perhaps 11 years old, you are caught. You have broken into a helot storage shed, a small wooden structure where grain is kept. You are filling your cloak with handfuls of barley when the door opens and a man is standing there. Not a young man. An older helot, perhaps 40 or 50, with a face that is weathered and hard. He does not shout. He simply looks at you. And in that moment, you see something in his eyes that you have never seen before. Not anger, though there is anger. Not hatred, though there is hatred. But something deeper. A kind of resignation. A knowledge that this is his life. To grow food that will be eaten by Spartan boys. To labor endlessly for a system that gives him nothing. To watch his own children grow up enslaved while the children of his masters are trained to hunt and kill people like him. You run. You drop half the grain and scramble out of the shed and run into the darkness. He does not chase you. Perhaps he knows he cannot catch you. Perhaps he simply does not care enough to try. You make it back to the barracks with your heart hammering, the remaining grain clutched in your cloak. That night, lying on your mat, you cannot stop thinking about his eyes, about the resignation you saw there, about what it means to be helot in Sparta, to be property, to exist only to serve. But these thoughts are dangerous, and you push them away. You eat the stolen grain, forcing it down dry because you have no water to soften it. And you tell yourself that this is simply how things are. The Spartans rule. The helots serve. This is the natural order. This is what allows Sparta to be strong. Questioning it serves no purpose. But the memory of those eyes remains, filed away with all the other troubling memories you are collecting but cannot afford to fully process. Winter also brings different kinds of training. Mountain exercises become more common. The Taygetus Mountains, which loom to the west of Sparta, are covered in snow during winter months. You are taken there, marched up into the high elevations where the air is thin and bitterly cold, and left to survive for periods of increasing duration. The first mountain exercise lasts only one night. You are 10 years old. Your agile is marched up a mountain trail for several hours, climbing until the valley below becomes small and distant. The instructors find a clearing, a flat area surrounded by pine trees. They tell you that you will sleep here tonight. No fire, no shelter, just the ground and your cloak and whatever ingenuity you can summon. The temperature at this elevation is well below freezing. The ground is hard, covered in a layer of frost that crunches beneath your feet. You look around the clearing, trying to understand what you are supposed to do. How are you supposed to survive a night here? Some boys immediately begin gathering pine needles and branches, creating crude nests to insulate themselves from the frozen ground. This is good thinking. You join them, working quickly as the light fades, pulling armfuls of needles into a pile and arranging them into something approximating a bed. The needles are dry and somewhat insulating. Not warm, but less cold than the bare ground. Others discover that digging into the soil provides some insulation. The ground below the surface layer is not frozen. It is merely cold. They use sticks and their hands to create shallow depressions, hollows that break the wind and retain some body heat. You watch and learn, incorporating this technique into your own preparations. When darkness falls completely, the temperature drops further. You lie on your pile of pine needles, your cloak wrapped tightly, and try to sleep. It is nearly impossible. The cold is pervasive. Every part of your body aches with it. You drift in and out of a state that is not quite sleep, not quite waking. A kind of semi-consciousness where time loses meaning and the only reality is cold. At some point during the night, you notice that one of the boys has not moved for a long time. His name is Manon. He is lying perhaps 10 paces away, curled on his side, completely still. Too still. You watch for a moment, looking for the rise and fall of breathing. You see nothing. You should wake an instructor. This is the responsible thing to do. But waking an instructor means admitting that something is wrong, that someone has failed. And admissions of failure are dangerous. So you do nothing. You simply watch Menon's motionless form and hope that he is sleeping, not dead. Morning comes slowly. The darkness gradually gives way to gray, then to pale blue. The instructors walk among the scattered boys, prodding those who have not yet risen. When they reach Menon, they stop. One of them kneels, checks his neck for a pulse, places a hand on his chest to feel for breathing. Menon is alive. Barely. He has slipped into a hypothermic state so deep that his body has shut down nearly all non-essential functions to preserve the core. The instructors carry him down the mountain. You learn later that he survives, though it takes him days to recover fully. When he returns to training, he is different. Slower, more hesitant, damaged in some way that is not entirely physical. The mountain exercises increase in duration as you age. 2 nights, 3 nights. A full week when you are 14, surviving in the mountains with minimal supplies, learning to find shelter, to build fires when permitted, to endure cold that would kill an unprepared person within hours. You learn that the body can adapt to cold if exposed gradually and repeatedly. Your tolerance increases year by year. By 12, you can function in temperatures that would have incapacitated you at 8. By 14, you can sleep on frozen ground with only your cloak and wake functional, ready to train. This adaptation is not comfortable. You are still cold. But cold becomes manageable, becomes something you can work through rather than something that paralyzes you. Summer brings different challenges. The heat in the Urotaz Valley during July and August is intense. Temperatures regularly exceed 35 degrees Celsius, occasionally pushing toward 40. The sun is merciless, beating down on the training ground with an intensity that makes the air shimmer. You train through the hottest part of the day. This is deliberate. Campaigns often happen in summer. Battles are fought under the burning sun. You must be capable of functioning in extreme heat, of maintaining formation and executing orders even when your body is screaming for shade and water. The heat is different from cold. Cold makes you tense, makes you want to curl inward. Heat makes you sluggish, makes your thoughts slow and unclear. Your body fights heat by sweating, trying to cool itself through evaporation. But in the dry Greek summer, sweat evaporates quickly, leaving you dehydrated. And water, while available, is rationed during summer training. You are given water at specific times: morning, midday, evening. Perhaps 3 liters total for the entire day spread across these allotments. This is not enough. You are exercising intensely in extreme heat. Your body needs more, but more is not provided. This is the point. You must learn to function while dehydrated, must learn to ration your own water consumption, must learn to ignore the desperate thirst that makes your throat feel like cracked leather. The training ground becomes an oven. The stone radiates heat. The sand in the pancration pit is hot enough to burn bare skin. The bronze and iron of weapons heat up until touching them is painful. You learn to wrap the grip of your spear with strips of cloth to insulate your hands. You learn to pour water on your weapons before use, cooling them temporarily. The heat affects your performance. Your runs are slower. Your weapons' work is sloppier. Your thinking is cloudier. But the standards do not change. You are expected to perform at the same level regardless of conditions. The instructors push you harder during heat training, perhaps knowing that this is when you are most vulnerable, most likely to break. Some boys do break. They collapse during runs, their legs simply giving out. They vomit during drills, their stomachs rebelling against the heat and exertion and inadequate hydration. They develop heat exhaustion, their skin becoming pale and clammy, their pulse racing, their coordination failing. When this happens, they are moved to shade and given water. But as soon as they recover minimally, they return to training. There is no extended rest for heat injury. You learn the warning signs of heat stroke, the dangerous progression beyond heat exhaustion. Confusion, lack of sweating despite extreme heat, rapid, shallow breathing, seizures. You see one boy progress to this stage during a particularly brutal summer day when you are 13. He is running, and suddenly he stops. His eyes roll back. He falls, his body rigid, limbs jerking. The instructors respond immediately, carrying him to shade, pouring water on him to lower his core temperature. He survives, but barely. The incident is not discussed. It simply happens, and then training continues. You develop strategies for managing heat. You learn to wet your cloak during water breaks, the evaporation providing some cooling. You learn to breathe through your nose rather than your mouth, conserving moisture. You learn to pace yourself, to avoid explosive effort early in the day when you still have hours of training ahead. You also learn that the body adapts to heat more readily than to cold. After a few weeks of summer training, your heat tolerance improves dramatically. You sweat more efficiently. Your heart rate stays lower during exertion. You can maintain performance even in temperatures that initially felt unbearable. This adaptation is physiological, your body developing better thermoregulation, but it is also psychological. You learn that heat discomfort, like so much else, can be endured through simple determination. The rain, when it comes, is initially a relief. The rainy season in Laconia runs from October through March, though the rain is not constant. Days or sometimes weeks of rain followed by clear periods. When you have been training in summer heat for months, the first rain of autumn feels like a gift. The temperature drops. The dust settles. The air becomes breathable again. But training continues through rain. You run through mud, your feet slipping, your cloak becoming sodden and heavy. You practice weapons in the rain, the grips becoming slippery. The visibility reduced by sheets of water falling from gray skies. You sleep in the dormitory while rain hammers on the roof, occasionally finding gaps and dripping inside, creating puddles on the earthen floor. Rain brings its own set of problems. The cold and wet combination is particularly dangerous. Wet clothing conducts heat away from the body much more efficiently than dry clothing. Your cloak, soaked through, becomes a liability rather than protection. You can be colder in wet clothing at 10 degrees than you would be naked at 5 degrees. The wet fabric pulls heat from your body constantly. Trench foot becomes a concern during extended rainy periods. Your feet, constantly wet, begin to break down. The skin becomes soft and wrinkled, then starts to peel away. Infections develop in the compromised tissue. Walking becomes painful, then nearly impossible. The treatment is to dry your feet thoroughly and keep them dry, but keeping anything dry during the rainy season is almost impossible. You learn to take advantage of any dry periods. When the rain stops and sun emerges, you immediately remove your cloak and spread it to dry. You sit or lie barefoot, allowing your feet to air out. You take these moments seriously because you know that the next rainstorm could come in hours, and you may not have another opportunity to dry out for days. The elements teach you about vulnerability in ways that human opponents cannot. An enemy can be fought. You can use skill and strength and cunning to overcome another person. But you cannot fight cold. You cannot defeat heat. You cannot intimidate rain into stopping. The elements are implacable, indifferent to your will, beyond your control. This teaches a kind of humility that is different from the humility enforced by the social hierarchy. The hierarchy is about your place relative to other humans. But the elements teach you about your place in the larger world. You are small. You are fragile. Your body, for all its training and capability, can be killed by mere exposure to temperature or weather that is only moderately extreme. And yet, you also learn that you are tougher than you believed possible. You survive conditions that would kill an unprepared person. You function in environments that would incapacitate someone from a softer background. The elements test you constantly, and you pass these tests, proving your capability day after day. By 15, you have experienced 8 full cycles of seasons, 8 winters of frost and mountain cold, 8 summers of brutal heat and rationed water, 8 periods of autumn and spring rain, training through mud and damp. Your body has been seasoned by these cycles, hardened by exposure, adapted to operate across a wide range of conditions. You no longer think of weather as something to be endured. It simply is. Background conditions that affect tactics and comfort, but do not fundamentally change what must be done. You will train regardless of temperature, regardless of precipitation, regardless of wind or sun or fog or any other environmental factor. The elements are simply another form of resistance, another weight pushing against you, strengthening you through opposition. And there is something almost peaceful about this relationship with the natural world. The elements do not judge you. They do not care about your performance or your rank in the hierarchy. They treat everyone equally, pressing down on all bodies with the same indifferent force. In a world where everything else is about competition and comparison, where your worth is constantly being evaluated relative to others, the elements offer a strange kind of equality. The cold freezes everyone. The heat exhausts everyone. The rain soaks everyone. And in that universal hardship, there is a kind of solidarity that transcends the usual social dynamics. When you are huddled with other boys on a frozen mountain, when you are all equally miserable and equally determined to survive, the usual hierarchies matter less. You are all just bodies fighting the same enemy, the same cold, the same darkness. These are the moments when you feel closest to your fellow Agoge boys. Not during competition or training, but during shared struggle against elements that threaten everyone equally. In these moments, you remember that you are all in this together, that you all entered as 7-year-olds torn from your mothers, that you are all being forged by the same brutal process. But these moments pass. The storm ends. The cold breaks. You return to the barracks and the training ground, and the hierarchies reassert themselves. The elements recede into background, and the foreground is once again filled with human conflict, with competition, with the endless work of transforming boys into weapons. The elements have taught you what your body can endure. They have shown you the outer limits of human capability, the point where mere environmental conditions can kill you if you are not careful. And they have pushed you to operate as close to those limits as possible without crossing over into permanent damage or death. You are not comfortable in extreme cold or extreme heat. You are not immune to the dangers of exposure. But you are capable. You can function. You can survive. And in Sparta, capability and survival are all that matter. Comfort is irrelevant. Preference is weakness. There is only the mission, the task, the constant work of proving yourself worthy of becoming a Spartan warrior. The elements are one more test in a series of endless tests. And like all the others, you pass not because you want to, but because failure is unthinkable. You are 18 years old when they wake you for the Krypteia. It is not dawn. It is the deepest part of night, the hours when sleep is heaviest and most necessary. Brasidas. No, not Brasidas anymore. He graduated years ago, and you have not thought of him in some time. And Irene, whose name you do not know, walks through the dormitory striking the platforms. But this time he does not strike all of them. Just 3. 3 boys from your age group, apparently chosen at random, though nothing in the Agoge is truly random. One of the 3 is you. Up, the Irene says quietly. Come with me, no cloak. You rise from your mat, your mind still clouded with sleep, trying to understand what is happening. The other 2 boys are also rising. One is Dinon, your longtime companion, the boy who has slept next to you for most of the past 11 years. The other is a boy named Aristos, strong and fast, one of the top performers in your age group. You follow the Irene out of the dormitory into the night. The air is cold. It is winter again, always winter for the hardest tests, and your naked skin prickles with goosebumps. You are wearing nothing, not even a cloak, just your body, hardened by 11 years of training but suddenly feeling very vulnerable. Outside, 3 instructors are waiting. One of them is Lysander. He's older now, probably 30, but still lean and hard, still moving with that same economical precision. He looks at the 3 of you, his face revealing nothing. The Krypteia begins now, he says. His voice is flat, factual. You will be taken to separate locations in the hills. You will be given a knife. Nothing else. You must survive for 30 days. You must return here on the morning of the 31st day. If you return early, you fail. If you return late, you fail. If you return having not completed the requirements, you fail. He pauses, letting this sink in. 30 days. Alone. In winter. With nothing but a knife. The requirements are these, Lysander continues. You must steal what you need to survive. Food, water, shelter if you choose to build it. You must evade capture. If helots catch you, they will beat you, and this is permitted. You must not be seen by free Spartans. If citizens report seeing you, you fail. And you must kill. The last word hangs in the cold air. You must kill at least one helot male between the ages of 15 and 40. You must kill him at night. You must do it silently. You must leave his body where it falls. When you return, you will report the location, and we will verify the kill. This is not optional. This is not metaphorical. This is required. Your stomach clenches. You have known this was coming. The older boys have spoken of it in whispers for years. But knowing and experiencing are different things. Standing here, naked in the cold, being told that you must hunt and kill a human being, is different from hearing rumors about it in the safety of the dormitory. Lysander hands each of you a knife. It is a simple weapon, iron blade perhaps 8 inches long, no fancy work, just a functional tool for cutting. The handle is wrapped in leather, well worn. This knife has been used in previous cryptaias. It may have been used to kill. This thought makes your hand tighten on the grip. You leave now, Lysander says. The instructors will take you to your starting locations. From that moment, you are alone. We will not help you. We will not search for you if you do not return. You survive, or you do not. These are the only options. Each of you is paired with an instructor. Yours is Lysander. He gestures for you to follow, and you do, walking behind him as he leads you out of the compound and into the hills beyond Sparta. The ground is rough beneath your bare feet, but you barely notice. Your feet have been toughened by 11 years of barefoot training. What you notice is the cold, the darkness, and the growing realization that this is actually happening. You walk for perhaps 2 hours. Lysander sets a brutal pace, and you follow, your body warming from the exertion but your mind becoming increasingly focused. You are trying to memorize the route, to understand where you are being taken, to begin planning how you will survive. Finally, Lysander stops. You are in a small valley, surrounded by low hills covered in scrub vegetation. There is no light except starlight, no sound except wind and the distant call of an owl. Here, Lysander says. He hands you a strip of cloth. This is all you get. Use it however you want. Belt, head covering, bandage. Your choice. You take the cloth. It is perhaps a meter-long, rough wool, similar to your cloak material, but much smaller. 30 days, Lysander says again. Kill at least one helot male. Survive, return. Fail any of these and you will not become a Spartiate. You will be assigned to the inferior class. You will have wasted 11 years. All of this suffering will have been for nothing. He turns and walks away without another word. Within moments, the darkness has swallowed him. You are alone. You stand in the valley, naked except for the cloth strip in one hand and the knife in the other, and you feel something you have not felt in years. Not fear, exactly, though there is fear. Not uncertainty, though there is uncertainty. Something deeper. A kind of vertigo, the sudden absence of structure and supervision and the constant presence of others. For 11 years, you have never been alone. Even sleeping, you were surrounded by other boys. Every moment has been structured, supervised, defined by the presence of instructors telling you what to do. Now suddenly, you are alone, completely alone. No one is watching. No one is giving orders. No one cares what you do next. The first thing you do is assess your situation. You have a knife. You have a cloth. You have your body. You are in a valley you do not know, though you can make some educated guesses about location based on the walk. You are probably 10 or 15 kilometers from Sparta proper, in the hills where helot farms are scattered among the valleys. It is winter. The night temperature is probably close to freezing. You will need shelter. You will need water. You will need food. And you will need to kill someone. The thought of the killing sits in your mind like a stone. You push it aside. Not yet. First, survive the night. First, make it to dawn. Deal with immediate problems before worrying about problems that are days away. You use the cloth as a belt, wrapping it around your waist and tucking the knife through it. This frees your hands and keeps the weapon secure and accessible. Then you begin looking for shelter. The valley has caves, not large ones, but depressions in the hillside where rock outcroppings create overhangs. You find one that is perhaps a meter deep and 2 meters wide, enough to fit your body with some room to spare. The back of the cave is dry. The ground is dirt rather than rock, which will be marginally warmer. You gather dry grass and small branches, creating a crude nest in the back of the cave. This will insulate you slightly from the ground. It is not much, but it is something. You crawl into the cave, curl into a ball, and wait for dawn. Sleep does not come. The cold is too intense, and more than that, your mind is too active. You are processing what has just happened, what you are being required to do. 30 days alone. Kill someone. These are the requirements. These are the tests. You think about the helot man whose eyes you saw years ago, the night you were caught stealing grain, the resignation in his face, the knowledge that his life was defined entirely by serving Spartans, by having his food stolen and his labor exploited. And now you are required to kill someone like him, not in battle, not in self-defense, but as a test, as proof that you are capable of doing what Sparta requires. A part of you rebels against this. A small part, deeply buried, that still remembers being 7 years old and having a mother who loved you. That part says, "This is murder. This is wrong. You are being asked to kill an innocent person to prove your worthiness." But that part is weak, almost inaudible. The louder part, the part that has been carefully cultivated by 11 years of training, says, "This is necessary." Sparta's survival depends on controlling the helots. The helots outnumber the Spartiates perhaps 10 to 1. If they ever organized, if they ever rebelled in force, they could destroy Sparta. The Krypteia serves a dual purpose. It tests the capability of young warriors, and it culls the helot population of its strongest males, maintaining Spartan dominance through terror. You understand the logic. You have been taught the logic. The Spartan system, for all its cruelty, has a coherent internal structure. Everything serves the goal of military supremacy. The Krypteia is not mindless violence. It is population control. It is psychological warfare. It is practical training. It is all of these things at once. But understanding the logic does not make the prospect less horrifying. You are going to have to hunt a human being. Stalk him. Kill him. Leave his body for his family to find. And then you are going to have to live with having done this. Dawn comes slowly. The darkness gradually gives way to gray, then to pale blue. The temperature rises slightly, though not much. You emerge from your cave, your body stiff from the cold and the night without real sleep, and begin to assess your situation in daylight. The valley contains signs of habitation. You can see thin smoke rising from several locations, probably helot farms. These are your targets. These are where you will steal food, where you will find water, where you will eventually find the person you must kill. The first days of the Cryptaya are about establishing a routine. You sleep during the day, hidden in your cave or in other concealed locations you discover. You move at night, under cover of darkness, approaching helot farms and stealing what you need. The stealing is easier than you expected. These farms are not heavily guarded. The helots are exhausted laborers, not soldiers. They work from dawn to dusk and then sleep heavily. Their homes are simple structures, often with food stored outside or in poorly secured sheds. You watch from hiding, learning their patterns, and then you strike when the risk is minimal. You steal bread, olives, dried fish, whatever you can find. You drink from their wells or from streams in the hills. You eat quickly and then retreat to hiding before dawn. In some ways, this is easier than the Agoge. You are hungry, yes, but not as hungry as you were eating the rationed black broth. You are cold, yes, but you have survived worse during mountain exercises. You are alone, which is strange but not unbearable. What is unbearable is the anticipation, the knowledge that you must eventually do the thing you are avoiding. You must kill. You watch the helot men as they work. You study them from a distance, learning to identify individuals, understanding their routines. That one rises early and goes to the well before dawn. That one works late in the fields, returning to his home after dark. That one is strong, built like a warrior despite his enslaved status. That one is old, moving slowly, probably not a threat. You are looking for a target. For someone who meets the requirements, male, between 15 and 40, strong enough that killing him counts as culling a potential threat. But you are also, if you are honest with yourself, looking for someone who seems dangerous, who seems like he deserves this, who you can justify killing. But they all just look like men. Tired men, exhausted men, men who work impossible hours for no reward, who live in fear of Spartan violence, who are trying to survive in a system that treats them as property. None of them look like they deserve to die. None of them look like threats. They just look like slaves. 2 weeks pass, then 3. You are surviving adequately. You have found good hiding places. You have identified reliable sources of food and water. You are evading detection. No helots have caught you. No Spartans have seen you. You are fulfilling most of the requirements. But you have not killed. Time is running out. You have perhaps 10 days left. If you return without having completed this requirement, you fail. Everything you have endured for 11 years becomes meaningless. You will be assigned to the inferior class, the perioikoi, the free but non-citizen residents of Sparta. You will never join a scission. You will never be a full Spartiate. You will be nothing. This thought finally overcomes your hesitation, not because you want to kill, but because you cannot bear the thought of failure. cannot bear the thought that all of this suffering was for nothing. The hunger, the cold, the beatings, the violation, the loss of childhood. All of it must mean something. All of it must lead somewhere. And that somewhere requires you to do this thing. You choose a target. His name, though you do not know it, is Tellus. He is perhaps 20 years old, strong and healthy, someone who could potentially be dangerous if Helots ever organized. He lives alone in a small house at the edge of a farm. He works late, coming home after dark, which makes him accessible. You watch him for 3 days, learning his exact pattern. He leaves his field around sunset. He walks a path through a small grove of olive trees. He reaches his house, eats a simple meal, and sleeps. The vulnerability is during his walk through the olive grove. It is dark. It is isolated. No one will see. On the 4th night, you position yourself in the olive grove before he arrives. You climb into one of the trees, hiding among the branches, your knife ready. Your heart is pounding so hard you can hear it in your ears. Your hands are shaking despite all your training. This is different from anything you have done before. You hear him coming. Footsteps on the path. He is singing something, a work song, his voice tired but not unhappy. He is just a man walking home after a long day. He has done nothing to you. He does not know you exist. In a moment, you are going to kill him. He passes beneath your tree. You drop. The movement is automatic, trained into you by thousands of hours of practice. You land on his back, your legs wrapping around his body, your left arm coming around his throat in a chokehold, your right hand bringing the knife up under his ribs, aiming for the heart. The knife goes in. You feel the resistance of fabric, then skin, then the strange give of tissue as the blade penetrates. He makes a sound, a gasp, not quite a scream. His body goes rigid. He tries to throw you off, but your chokehold is tight and he cannot breathe. He struggles, his hands clawing at your arm, his body thrashing. But you hold on. You have learned to hold on through pain, through exhaustion, through anything. You hold on and you feel his struggles weaken. It takes longer than you expected, perhaps a minute, perhaps 2. Time loses meaning. His movements become spasmodic, uncoordinated. Then they stop. His body goes limp. You hold on for another 30 seconds, making sure. Then you release him and he falls to the ground. You stand over the body, breathe in hard, your hands covered in blood. In the darkness, you cannot see much detail. Just a shape on the ground, motionless. You have killed him. You have taken a human life, for no reason except that Sparta required it. You feel nothing. This surprises you. You expected something. Horror, guilt, satisfaction, something. But there is only emptiness, a kind of blank absence where emotion should be. You have done the thing. It is finished. Now you can survive the rest of the Cryptaia and return and become a Spartiate. You wipe the knife on your cloth, cleaning most of the blood off. Then you walk away, leaving the body where it fell. Someone will find him tomorrow. His family, perhaps, or other helots. They will know what happened. They will understand that this was the Cryptaia, that this was a Spartan boy proving himself. And they will be afraid, which is the point. You return to your hiding place and sleep for a few hours. When you wake, you feel different. Not better or worse, just different. You have crossed a threshold that cannot be uncrossed. You are a killer now. This is part of your identity, part of what you are. You will carry this for the rest of your life. The remaining days of the Krypteia pass in a kind of gray fog. You continue stealing food, continue evading detection, continue surviving. But mechanically now, without much thought. Your mind keeps returning to that moment. The feeling of the knife going in. The sound he made. The way his body went from struggling to still. On the morning of the 31st day, you walk back to Sparta. You are thin, covered in dirt, your hair matted, your skin scratched and bruised from a month in the wilderness. But you are alive. You have survived. And you have killed. Lysander is waiting at the barracks. Location of the body, he says without preamble. You describe where you left Tellus. Lysander nods. It has been verified. You have completed the requirements. Go clean yourself. Tomorrow you will be initiated into your secession. That is all. No congratulations. No acknowledgement of what you have endured. Just a confirmation that you met the requirements and can now proceed to the next stage. You walk to the Eurotas and wash yourself, scrubbing away the dirt and blood and the physical residue of the Krypteia. But you cannot scrub away the memory, cannot undo what you have done. You are 18 years old. You have survived 11 years of the Agoge and 30 days of the Krypteia. You have proven yourself capable of everything Sparta requires. But the cost of that proof sits in your chest like a stone, heavy and cold and permanent. You have become what Sparta needs you to become. You are a weapon. You are a killer. You are a Spartan warrior. And you will never be anything else. You are 20 years old when you recline for the first time. This is not a metaphor. For 13 years, since the age of 7, you have eaten every meal standing or sitting on the ground. You have never reclined on a couch to eat, the way Greek men do, the way civilized people do. This posture, this simple act of lying on your side propped on one elbow while food is placed before you, is the privilege of full citizens. It is something you have been working toward for 13 years without fully understanding what it meant. Now you understand. The secession you've been selected to join is called the Hippeis Mess, named not because its members are cavalry, Sparta has little cavalry, but because they are among the elite. The selection process was opaque, as everything in Sparta is opaque. After completing the Krypteia, you waited while decisions were made by men you never met, evaluating your 13 years of performance against criteria that were never explicitly stated. The invitation came 3 months after your return from the Krypteia. A messenger appeared at the barracks where you were still living, still training with the few remaining boys who had not yet been selected by a secession. The messenger handed you a small wooden token, carved with a symbol you did not recognize but which the Irenes assured you was prestigious. The Hippeis Mess accepts you, the messenger said. You will join them tomorrow evening. Bring nothing. And now here you are, reclining on a couch in a room with 15 other men, all of them Spartan warriors, all of them full citizens, and you are being served the evening meal by younger men, not slaves, but perioikoi, free non-citizens who have the honor of serving the warrior class. The food is better than what you have eaten for 13 years. There is black broth, yes. Spartans never abandon the black broth. It is too central to their identity. But it is made with better meat. There is bread that is fresh, still warm from baking. There are olives and cheese and figs. There is wine, mixed with water in the proper ratio, served in cups that are not wooden or clay but bronze, polished until they shine. You eat slowly, trying to appear casual, trying to match the demeanor of the other men. They recline easily, their bodies relaxed, their conversation low and intermittent. No one is watching you specifically, but everyone is aware of you. You are the newest member, the youngest, the one who must prove himself worthy not just of being selected but of remaining. The man reclining next to you is named Philocles. He is perhaps 30 years old, with scars on his arms and face that speak of battles you can only imagine. He fought in the war against Tegea 3 years ago. He has killed men in actual combat, not just in the ritualized murder of the Cryptaia. He is what you are supposed to become. You survived the Agoge, Philocles says. It is not quite a question, not quite a statement. Something in between. Yes, you say. The laconic style, which has been drilled into you for 13 years, serves you well now. Do not elaborate. Do not explain. Answer with the minimum words required. And the Cryptaia, Philocles continues. Yes. He nods slowly, his eyes assessing you. How many did you kill? 1. You do not mention that you were only required to kill 1, that you did the minimum necessary to pass. But Philocles understands this without you saying it. That is acceptable for a first Cryptaia, he says. Some men develop a taste for it. They return to the hills even after joining their secession, hunt in helots for sport. You are not obligated to, but it is permitted. The thought makes your stomach clench. The idea of returning to hunt more humans, of making the Cryptaia a recurring activity rather than a one-time test, is something you have not considered. But you simply nod, not trusting yourself to speak without revealing discomfort. The meal continues. Wine flows. The conversation turns to military matters. Upcoming training exercises, news from other Greek cities, speculation about whether war with Athens is inevitable. You listen more than you speak, learning the rhythms of this new social world. At the end of the meal, the senior member of the secession, a man named Demaratos, who must be at least 45, stands. The room falls silent immediately. We have accepted a new member, Demaratos says, gesturing toward you. He has survived the Agoge. He has completed the Cryptaia. He has demonstrated the qualities that define a Spartiate. But acceptance into this secession is not final until he has proven himself in battle. Until that time, he will contribute his required portion of food, and he will participate in all training and military actions. But he will have no voice in our decisions. This is understood? You stand. It is understood. Then welcome to the Hippes mess. We will make you into a warrior worthy of Sparta, or we will kill you trying. It is not a joke. Demaratos's face is completely serious. This is a statement of fact. You will become an effective warrior or you will die, either in battle or in training. These are the only options. You recline again, and the meal transitions into its final phase, a period of quiet conversation and wine drinking that extends late into the night. You learn that this is the pattern. The secession meets every evening for the communal meal. Attendance is mandatory. Absence without legitimate reason, injury, military campaign, official state business, is grounds for severe punishment, potentially including expulsion from the secession and loss of citizenship rights. The next morning, training begins at a new level. You are no longer in the Agoge. drilling with boys. You are training with men, warriors who have fought in actual battles. The intensity is higher. The expectations are absolute. Mistakes that would have earned a beating in the Agoge now earn something worse. The silent disapproval of your Sicilian brothers, the knowledge that your incompetence could get them killed in battle. The phalanx training is constant. You are drilled in formation for hours each day, learning to move as a single unit with men who have been doing this for years or decades. Your position is in the middle ranks, not the front line. That honor is reserved for more experienced warriors, but not the rear either. You are in the grinding middle where the pushing happens, where you add your weight and strength to the collective effort of the phalanx. The wars come regularly. Sparta is always at war with someone. Argos, Tegea, Mantinea, the other cities of the Peloponnese who resist Spartan dominance. These are not grand campaigns of conquest. They are border disputes, territorial conflicts, the constant low-level warfare that defines Greek interstate relations. Your first battle happens when you are 21 years old. The campaign is against Mantinea, a city that has allied with Argos against Sparta. The army marches north, hundreds of Spartiates accompanied by perioikoi soldiers and helot servants who carry the supplies. You march in formation with your Sicilian, your shield on your left arm, your spear in your right hand, your body moving automatically through motions that have been drilled into you for 14 years. The battle, when it comes, is both exactly what you expected and completely different from your training. The phalanx formations approach each other across a flat plain. The enemy looks remarkably similar to you. Greek hoplites with bronze armor and large shields, organized in tight formation. The distance closes. You can see individual faces now, men who look terrified or determined or blank. The front lines collide with a crash that is louder than anything you have experienced in training. Bronze on bronze, shields slamming together, spears seeking gaps in the enemy formation. You are in the third rank, pushing forward with your shoulder against the shield of the man in front of you, adding your strength to the collective mass. The smell is immediate and overwhelming. Sweat and bronze and something else. The copper tang of blood. The man in front of you, you do not know his name. He is from a different Sicilian, stumbles and falls. Instantly you step forward, filling the gap, and suddenly you are in the front rank with an enemy warrior directly in front of you. His spear comes toward your face. You block it with your shield, feeling the impact travel up your arm. You thrust with your own spear, aiming for the gap between his helmet and chest armor. The point glances off bronze. You thrust again, and this time you feel the spear penetrate something soft. The enemy warrior screams and falls backward. You step forward, staying in line with the men beside you, and the phalanx grinds forward. The battle becomes a blur of thrusting and pushing, of maintaining position, of trying not to trip over the bodies accumulating underfoot. Men are screaming, crying, calling for help. The noise is constant and disorienting. Then suddenly the enemy breaks. Their formation collapses, men turning and running. Your phalanx pursues, but only briefly. The discipline holds. You stop when ordered, reforming the line, and watch as the Mantinean hoplites flee toward their city. You have survived your first battle. You look down at your hands and see they are covered in blood, though you are not sure whose blood it is. Your body is intact. You are not wounded. You have fought and survived and contributed to a Spartan victory. Philocles finds you after the battle. You did well, he says. Stayed in formation. Filled the gap when it opened. This is what we require. That night, the Sicilian celebrates the victory. There is more wine than usual, and the conversation is louder, less restrained. Men recount their moments of the battle, comparing kills, discussing mistakes made by the enemy. You participate minimally, still processing what you experienced. You killed someone today. Not a helot in the dark, but an enemy warrior in battle. This is different. This is what you were trained for. This should feel right. But it does not feel right. It does not feel like anything. The same emptiness you felt during the Cryptia has returned. You are functionally capable. You can fight, can kill, can maintain discipline under stress. But emotionally, you feel disconnected from your own actions, as though you are watching yourself from a distance. The campaigns continue. Year after year, war after war. You fight in a dozen battles by the time you are 25. You are wounded twice, minor injuries that heal without permanent damage. You kill perhaps 20 men in combat, though you do not keep careful count. Each battle becomes less distinct, less memorable. They blend together into a general experience of noise and violence and the relief of survival. The Sicilian becomes your life. You live with these men. You eat with them every evening. You train with them every day. You fight beside them in battle. The bonds that form are deep but strange. You trust these men to protect you in combat. You know they would die rather than break formation and leave you exposed. But you do not love them. Not in any way you understand love. The Agoge trained the capacity for love out of you, and it has not returned. You marry at 28. This is expected of all Spartiates. You must produce sons to become the next generation of warriors. The marriage is arranged by your Sicilian and the woman's family. Her name is Gorgo. She's 18 years old, the daughter of a Spartiate who died in battle against Athens. You meet her twice before the wedding. Brief, formal encounters where conversation is minimal and you both understand that this is a duty, not a romance. The wedding is a strange ceremony. By Spartan custom, you kidnap Gorgo from her family's home, though everyone knows this is happening and when. You carry her to the house that has been assigned to you, a small structure not far from the Sicilian's mess hall. In the house, in the dark, you consummate the marriage. It is awkward and uncomfortable, neither of you having much experience with intimacy, both of you approaching it as another duty to be fulfilled. But you do not live with Gorgo. Not really. You sleep at the Sicilian barracks, eating your evening meal there, spending most of your time with your warrior brothers. You visit Gorgo perhaps twice a week, usually at night, often sneaking in quietly as though you are still a young man in the Agoge stealing food. The relationship is functional. She becomes pregnant within a few months. She gives birth to a son, who is examined by the elders and judged healthy and permitted to live. You see the boy occasionally. He is raised primarily by Gorgo and her female relatives. You hold him sometimes, feeling his small body, trying to understand what you are supposed to feel. He is your son, your blood, the continuation of your line. But you feel no particular attachment. He is simply another Spartan boy who will, in 7 years, be taken to the Agoge to begin the same process you endured. The thought makes something twist in your chest. This child, who did not ask to be born, who has no understanding of what awaits him, will be subjected to everything you survived. The hunger, the cold, the beatings, the violation, the psychological dismantling and rebuilding. And there is nothing you can do to prevent it. This is the Spartan way. This is how warriors are made. You are 30 years old when you begin to understand that Sparta is failing. It is not obvious at first. Sparta is still militarily dominant in the Peloponnese. The Spartiate warriors are still considered the best soldiers in Greece. But there are signs, subtle but undeniable. The number of full Spartiates is declining. Each year, fewer boys complete the Agoge successfully. The standards are being lowered slightly, quietly, to maintain numbers. The Helot population is growing faster than the Spartiate population, making the ratio more dangerous. The long war with Athens is bleeding Sparta in ways that are not immediately visible. Not battlefield casualties. Sparta wins most battles. But economic strain, political strain. The constant mobilization of the army means fields are not being worked efficiently, even by Helots. Trade is disrupted. Resources are being consumed faster than they can be replenished. And the system itself, the elaborate structure of oppression and military excellence that has made Sparta powerful, is beginning to show cracks. Too much energy goes into controlling the Helots. Too much focus on maintaining the appearance of perfection rather than adapting to changing circumstances. Other Greek cities are developing new military tactics, new political systems, new ways of organizing society. Sparta remains locked in its ancient patterns, unable or unwilling to change. You see this clearly at 30 in a way you could not see it at 20. The Agoge teaches you to accept without question. But years of experience as a full warrior, years of seeing how Sparta actually functions beyond the idealized version presented to boys, has given you perspective. Sparta is strong, yes, but it is also brittle. Its strength comes from absolute conformity. But absolute conformity prevents adaptation. And in a changing world, the inability to adapt is a death sentence. You are 35 when the war with Athens ends. Sparta wins, technically. Athens is defeated, its walls torn down, its navy destroyed. But the victory feels hollow. Sparta has exhausted itself winning. The treasury is depleted. The Spartiate population has declined further. The Helots are restless, sensing weakness. Within a few years, Sparta will face a massive Helot rebellion that nearly destroys the city. You fight in the campaign to suppress the rebellion. It is brutal, vicious fighting, not the organized phalanx battles you trained for, but irregular warfare in the mountains. Hunting groups of escaped Helots who have learned to fight back. Burning farms. Killing anyone who resists. It is the Krypteia on a massive scale, not a test, but a desperate struggle to maintain control. The rebellion is eventually crushed, but the cost is enormous. Hundreds of Spartiates are killed. The Helot population, reduced by slaughter, can barely maintain agricultural production. Sparta's power is visibly diminished. Other Greek cities, sensing opportunity, become bolder in their resistance. You are 40 when you begin to feel your body failing, not catastrophically, but in small ways. The old injuries ache more. Your endurance is not what it was. You cannot train as hard or as long as the younger warriors. This is natural. You are middle-aged by ancient standards, and you have subjected your body to extraordinary stress for 33 years. But in Sparta, aging is complicated. Your worth is tied entirely to your physical capability. As that capability declines, your status becomes uncertain. You are still required to attend the Sicilian meals, still required to participate in training, but you are no longer assigned to the front ranks of the phalanx. You are moved to the rear, to positions considered less critical. This is practical. Putting your best warriors at the point of contact makes military sense. But it is also a demotion, a visible sign that you are past your prime. Younger warriors treat you with formal respect, but also with a kind of dismissiveness. You are old. You are declining. You are less relevant. This is the Spartan way. The system has no room for sentiment, no respect for past service beyond what is minimally required. You are useful until you are not, and then you are set aside. You are 50 when you are finally released from active military service. This is the traditional age. After 50, a Spartiate is no longer required to serve in campaigns, though he must still attend Sicilian meals and participate in civic life. You are relieved and also deeply disturbed. For 43 years, since the age of 7, your entire identity has been tied to being a warrior in training or a warrior in service. Now you are neither. You are simply an aging man, waiting for death, maintaining the forms of Spartan life without the substance. Gorgo is still alive, though you have spent very little time with her over the years. Your son completed the Agoge and joined a Sicilian. He has his own family now. You barely know him. He is a stranger who happens to share your blood, shaped by the same system that shaped you into something that can barely be called human. You spend your days in a kind of gray limbo. You attend the Sicilian meals, sitting with men who are also aging, also declining, also waiting. You participate in the deliberations of the assembly, though your voice carries little weight. You watch younger warriors training and remember when you could do what they are doing, when your body was capable of extraordinary things. You are 60 when Sparta is defeated at the Battle of Leuctra. A Theban army, using innovative tactics and superior generalship, destroys the Spartan phalanx. Hundreds of Spartiates are killed. The myth of Spartan invincibility is shattered. Within years, Messenia, the region where most helots live and work, will rebel and win its independence. Sparta will be reduced to a second-rate power, living on memories of past glory. You hear news of the defeat while sitting in the Sicilian hall. The messenger delivers his report with a blank face, stating facts without emotion. The room is silent. These men, these Spartan warriors who have been taught since childhood to face death without fear, are confronting something worse than death. They are confronting irrelevance. The system they dedicated their lives to, the city they suffered for, is failing, and there is nothing they can do to stop it. You are 65 when you die, not in battle, not gloriously. You die of an illness, probably pneumonia, lying on a bed in your small house while Gorgo tends to you. Your son visits once. Philocles, if he is still alive, does not come. The Sicilian sends no representatives. You die as you lived. Alone, even when surrounded by people, disconnected from genuine human connection, because the capacity for such connection was systematically destroyed during your childhood. In your final days, when fever makes you delirious, you dream of the Agoge. You are 7 years old again, standing on cold stone, your feet numb, waiting for inspection. You are 8, holding a spear that is too heavy, your arms shaking. You are 12, sleeping on a reed mat, hungry and cold. You are 18, dropping from a tree onto a helot farmer, driving a knife under his ribs. These are your life. These memories, these moments of suffering and violence are what defined your existence. Not love, not joy, not creation or beauty or any of the things that make human life meaningful. Just endurance. Just the ability to survive what would break others. Just the capacity for violence in service of a state that used you and discarded you. In one of your final moments of lucidity, you think about your son. About his son, your grandson, who is now in the Agoge, enduring what you endured, what your son endured, what every Spartan boy endures. The cycle continues. The system perpetuates itself. Boys are taken, broken, rebuilt into weapons, used until they are dull, and then discarded. And it all continues, generation after generation, until finally the system itself breaks and Sparta fades into history. You think about the helot farmer you killed. Tellus. You never knew his name when you killed him, but somehow in this fever dream of your dying mind, you know it now. You see his face clearly for the first time, not the blur of that night, but the actual person. A man who probably had a family, who probably worked hard every day just to survive, who did nothing to deserve death except be born in the wrong place at the wrong time and look strong enough to be considered a threat. You killed him to prove yourself worthy of joining a system that has now failed. That has crushed thousands of boys, enslaved hundreds of thousands of people, waged countless wars, and ultimately achieved nothing permanent. Sparta will be remembered, yes, but not as a model to emulate, as a cautionary tale, as an example of what happens when a society values military strength above everything else, when it sacrifices its humanity in pursuit of dominance. These are your last thoughts, not of glory or honor, not of battles won or enemies defeated, but of waste, of potential destroyed, of the child you were at 7 years old, who might have become something other than a weapon if he had been allowed to. Of all the boys who died in the Agoge or in battle or in the mountains during the Krypteia. Of all the helots who died to maintain Spartan control. Of all the human suffering required to build and maintain a system that ultimately collapsed anyway. You die with these thoughts, and there is no one to hear them, no one to record them, no one to mourn the person you might have been if Sparta had not needed you to be something else. Your body is cremated. Your ashes are placed in an unmarked grave. You are not a king or a general. You are just another Spartiate, one among thousands, whose life was spent in service to a system that consumed him and moved on. The only legacy you leave is your grandson, who is still in the Agoge, still being shaped, still being hardened. The cycle continues. The suffering continues. And somewhere in the darkness, 7-year-old boys are standing barefoot on cold stone, their feet going numb, their childhoods ending, their transformation into weapons beginning. This is what it meant to be a Spartan boy. This is what daily life was really like. Not the glory and heroism of legend, but the grinding, relentless, dehumanizing process of turning children into tools. The cold and the hunger and the pain and the fear and the violence and the emptiness where love and joy should have been. And it continues, will continue, must continue, until the system itself finally breaks and Sparta becomes nothing more than ruins in the Peloponnesian hills and a cautionary tale told by historians who wonder how any society could do this to its children and call it virtue. And so we reach the end of this journey through the Agoge, through 13 years of calculated brutality and a lifetime lived in service to a system that gave nothing back. You have walked through the cold mornings, felt the constant hunger, endured the violence both physical and psychological, and witnessed the transformation of a child into a weapon and the slow decline of that weapon into irrelevance and death. Thank you for staying with this story through its darkest hours. If you're listening to this as you drift toward sleep, let the weight of what you've heard settle gently. The Spartan boy whose life you inhabited cannot rest. His story is too heavy with suffering and waste. But you can rest. You are safe. You are warm. You are free in ways he never was. If this exploration of history's shadows has moved you, if these details have built something real in your mind, consider subscribing for more journeys into the past. And for now, wherever you are in the world, whatever time you're listening to this, I wish you peace. I wish you dreams untouched by the cold stone of ancient Sparta. I wish you rest. Good night.